Good morning, Your Highness. Or should I say, good time zone and warm greetings too, wherever you are in the world. This is Amelia, aka Spaced Out Puffin, and we are struggling through Arc 4 of Heaven Official's Blessing. And you might ask, Puffin, why? To which I say, we all cope with pain differently. I use humor. It could be worse. I could be stabbing needles into Lian like a heathen. No worries, Lian. I don't really even own needles. Though I do own hundreds of corkboard pins. So, the last read-along was eventful. We got to see some very important scenes. Some, let's call them fan favorites. You do have quite morbid tastes, guys. And also now I do understand why certain characters are as steeped in controversy as they are. The Crown Prince? A thief? It's okay. They could never make me hate you, Sholian. But I am done crying for now. Emotionally, this is not the most I have, or the hardest I have ever cried while reading a novel, but it is definitely up there. And as for the main culprit, the source of most of my tears, well, yeah, why does Hwa-Chang as a ghost fire make me cry this much? I have a few thoughts. I guess I'll get to share them with you in a little bit. Yeah, I have a lot of thoughts to share with everyone today. And some of the topics I do want to visit regarding Arc 4 today is the setting of the whole arc, like for one, is it even real? How ANGST approaches this through her writing, the Chandler trio, enough said. I want to talk a little bit about Bai Wuxiang's motivations and the hints to his identity, the conclusion of chapter 100, and its consequences. Such as the fact that Wrath Hwa-Chang has now been born, and what now? What is the rest of the arc going to be after something like that? Because that is momentous. And now my timeline feels really blank, as well as half another dozen questions I want answers to. And because I know this discussion is going to be very lengthy, feel free to use the chapter timestamps down in the description to navigate your way around to whatever might interest you. But before we do that, I have a package to open. Yeah, Lian, you can wait over here for a little bit. And also, let's get rid of the fitted sheet. I didn't have anything else at hand to work as my cape today. My robes. Whew. All right, so throughout the last year, people have been sending me packages, and some of the things inside they have made sure to mark for me as spoilery content. This one from Arya is like a postcard size sort of thing, and it has been lying in my merch pile for like a year now. And finally, she told me that I could open it last time, but I completely forgot about it. But finally, this should be safe for me to see. And let's go ahead and have a look. And it is, oh, I can see it now. This is official art of Hwa-Chang carving a statue, it seems. It's carving one of Sholian's statues. And I have seen this art before I knew that this was actually something that happened. But I thought it was fan art at the time. I didn't think it was an actual scene, something that actually happened in the amount that it actually does. As in the amounts of thousands, maybe even 10,000. But oh my god, the way he looks at him, the way he's touching the statue's face like that sort of reverence. And then with just the curtains and the lanterns and everything, like this is good art. This is good art. Really conveys some of those really heavy emotions in the story. I fucking love Hwa-Chang, guys. And now this is part of my collection. Thank you so much, Arya. I'll make sure to display it somewhere nice. I'll put her up here for now. And so I am very ready to start talking a little bit about Arc 4 so far. And the first thing I want to talk about is the setting of this whole arc, which is in the Chandler past, but I would like to ask, is this real? By which I mean to say, is this a flashback that we are passive observers in, or is this all Sholian remembering? Now, what do I mean by that? Arc 3 ominously ends with Bai Wuxiang pressing this crying smiling mask over Shulian's face and saying the words, "It seems your highness's memory isn't very good, so why don't you let me help you remember, And with that context, the very first scene we come into in Arc 4 is Shulian waking up from a dream and then having that dream be about his parents' maybe suicide, and then him trying to follow. And the thing is, a scene like that must have been like tremendously traumatizing and certainly something that sticks with you. And I am wondering if we are not remembering backwards in a sense. The reason why Shulian has this dream is because this has already happened. And then it takes a couple of pages before he kind of remembers where he's at, before he kind of like fits into the world and the setting again. At the same time, there are pieces of the story that Shulian does not seem to have noticed, really. However, they are being described to us. Most of these are about the presence of Huachang as a ghost fire. Though I admit that this is like the weakest of my evidence towards this theory. Because at the same time, we as readers are meant to notice these things. We are meant to know that Huachang is there in his ghost fire form throughout all of these things. But I guess I kind of just wanted to establish that, especially in the very beginning of this arc, that the very beginning, we're still kind of melding into the setting. We're still settling, so to speak. And I think that is why that dream appeared, and I think that is why the beginning feels kind of weird compared to the rest of it. Now, with all that established, ANGST is writing some of the most frustrating, hopeless sort of situations that I have ever encountered in fiction. And it still seems inevitable and like something that should be happening based on the characters we are dealing with. Like, we are suffering, but not because of an idiot plot, so to speak, in which a character is making stupid, weird decisions that are made to make the setting more tension-filled. And for that reason only, like, the choices might not actually align with the characters as we know them, or might be introduced by characters that we do not know just for the heck of it. But no, the hardships we are facing feel feasible and realistic for the setting, such as our trio not taking on easier jobs because of certain characters and their convictions and their pride. And from there, we are witnessing a gradual descent. There are some highlights, some small victories that make us feel like there's a little bit of hope, that is then instantly crushed under greater defeats. And so down, down, down it goes. And when we meet Shulian at the beginning of the arc, they are already struggling, and he is already struggling inwardly. And the biggest change from the Shulian we left at the end of Arc 2 in this one is that he has lost his cultivation. He has lost his access to his spiritual powers, bound behind that cursed shackle, and it's like he's missing a limb. From the evidence of him forgetting to eat or struggling to do certain mortal things, it's like he is still struggling with the fact that his body is not doing what it has been doing for the last decade for him. Things he could easily do are no longer feasible. And that is just a starting point before things keep going wrong, and then Bai Wuxiang. And even before Bai Wuxiang even enters the scene, Shulian keeps showing signs of being severely depressed, such as avoiding to eat, failing to take care of himself, not wanting his loved ones to see how he's failing, and all of the anxiety that comes with that. From the very start of the arc, we learn that Shulian has a goal, a feasible, well, a goal that has been set for him. If he ascends again, everything from this life will be forgiven, and also this is how he's going to save his family. But he is struggling. He's struggling to cultivate. He's struggling to do anything about this goal. And I can't help but feel that it definitely also has to do with him having no motivation for it. No intrinsic motivation, that is. Like, even before the robbery thing and his embarrassment in the face of the other gods, he's struggling with cultivation and doesn't actually seem like that is his priority at all. Shelian's goal, as stated for his first ascension, I want to save the common people, was such a heartfelt goal for him. Like, it's a big part of his character, of his conviction, and I want to save myself and my family, but and myself really isn't resonating with him in the same way. Not after everything that has happened. And this setting, Shelian's current state of mind, informs how everything turns out, really. And I really appreciate ANGST's commitment into painting this experience, this very human experience, into her very fantasy world. Shelian, to me, has never been more relatable, and that hurts in a different way. But with all that said, how much of this is by Wuxiang's fault? Because he is seemingly always there. First, somehow always in the corner of Shelian's gaze, and then face to face after the scene on the mountain. And the first time he visually pops up for us, other than the dream, is right after the robbery. Why? Why is he there? Is he waiting? Is he constantly waiting for something to go wrong in Shelian's life? Or does he have more of a hand in things than we might initially think on the first read? I want to get a little bit more into Bai Wuxiang's motivations and also the hints that we're getting in the text towards his identity in a little bit. But before that, we have another big topic to breach. The breaking of the Fellowship. Or rather, the Shanle trio. And where the fuck do I begin? This is the topic that has the most traction both in my server and in the comment section of the last video. And while I personally find this whole thing, Hwachang included, so intriguing, I won't shy away from the fact that Mu Qing is the name that is bringing most of the traction. To the point that even before I posted the last video, some supporters began sending me coffees labeled for Mu Qing's Legal Defense Fund. And then the story developed. More funds were donated, but for the side that wants to sue Mu Qing for his transgressions. And honestly, I do not know if I was meant to be judge or consultant in this case, but I am good at keeping tallies. So I did. So welcome to a very special round of mentions in which most of my coffee supporters came along to support or condemn or just watch the chaos unfold. Are you ready for this? Let's check the tally. Now, the very first donation that came in the defense of Mu Qing, no surprise there, came from the wonderful Melody Aria, ex-deputy at the Xuanzhen Temple before I poached her to mine. We are simply not surprised. But also, Arya, thank you so much for everything you do, and for your support. You are receiving this leaf from my collection of autumn pins to go up here by your name tag. And then, only minutes later, another donation popped in from the wonderful Gigi. Gigi is... From the moment we met Gigi, we realized that they were a huge Mu Qing fan, so it is no surprise there that they came to add to the Mu Qing Legal Defense Fund. Gigi, as far as I know, is also a lawyer. We are all slightly scared of Gigi. Thank you so much, Gigi. This cherry blossom is going up by your name. And so the Mu Qing legal funds grow. But what is this? A ghost king comes to give their regards. It is not Crimson Rain Salt Flower, guys. It's our own resident ghost king. It's Nim. Nimue came by to drop funds into whichever side is suing Mu Qing. And thus the fund to sue Mu Qing was established. Who will be doing the suing? We have not yet seen any volunteers, but I'm like super sure that if no one shows up, Hwachang will take the mantle. Thank you so much for your donation, Nim. And immediately following, more funds were added to the fund for suing Mu Qing. I need a better name for this fund. Special thanks to Ali, who calls for Mu Qing to be put in jail. Another donation drops in from one of my own junior officials. Luan is here to donate. However, the donation is not for Mu Qing, not for the side suing Mu Qing, but for the Ghost Fire Fund. I mean, I personally approve. He really needs it. So thank you so much, Luan. However, I guess in a sense, the Ghost Fire Fund, since the Ghost Fire in question is Qing, might technically be the fund for suing Qing. So don't look at me, I'm just keeping the tallies. So wait, is Qing losing? Well, actually, Mary Silva also came by to donate to the Qing Legal Fund. Another Qing enthusiast. Mary, for some reason I thought you were a Function fan. What happened there? Maybe I'm just messing up. But also, Ninchin came by to donate to the Nanyang Fund in all of this. I have no idea what he's supposed to do with this money. But at the same time, he has to collect money for his baby mama. He's collecting money for another cause, so I can't contribute this money to the suing Qing fund at this moment. Function's poor as fuck, let him have his coin. And now, Ro enters the scene with a very generous donation, so I am giving you this fruit, Ro. This donation is for the... It's a split. Ro wants to split their donation between the Qing fund and the fund suing Qing. Ro just wants to sow chaos. But that is none of my business, take that up with Ro. Thank you so much for your donation. Continuing on, we also had a donation from Dark for the Shirlian fund. I mean, he needs the money too. So I guess we have a Shirlian fund now. Congratulations, Shirlian. I hope you don't get pickpocketed or drop the money pouch on the streets. And then another donation from Gibby, which goes to the Popcorn Fund. It's for the popcorn for everyone who is spectating this chaos unfold. Congratulations, Gibby has now given us popcorn. Everyone say thank you, Gibby. Thank you, Gibby. And then the wonderful Misfortunes enters the scene to donate to the Qing Rehabilitation Fund. Because Dee does not believe in punishment and wants Qing to undergo social rehabilitation. Which, you know, could be one of the outcomes of the legal case against him. So, Dee, I'm going to count this in the suing Qing fund. Even though Ali has called for jail and you've called for something very different. And moving on, we have another additional donation from the wonderful Kea this time. For which fund? The Tissue Fund? The Tissue Fund. The Tissue Fund! Yeah. That's for me. That's for me, guys. Thank you, Kea. Thank you for caring about me in these trying times. This is your new animal companion. I hope you like him. He's very cute. So it looks like funding-wise, Qing might be losing this one. Wait. What is this? Nim? It looks like Nim came back to grovel and decided to donate to the Qing Legal Fund. What is going on here, Nim? Didn't you just donate to the other one? I am so confused. What is happening? Oh, last minute fund, last minute donation. It is Luan. It seems like Luan came to grovel as well to donate to the Qing Defense Fund. I am so confused. What happened to my tally? So, I guess he won? I do have a couple of additional donations, and the first one is from Vigra, and the second one is for Lara, who both donated just to me. Thank you guys so much for your support. It is good to feel cared about in a time when Qing's popularity is trumping mine by miles, so... Thank you guys so much for your donations! And if you would like a shout out and a name up on the board, the link is down in the description below. So, did he win? Either way, it never ceases to amaze me just how divisive his character is, like ever since he first came on screen, to be honest. It seems he evokes a lot of feelings. I have met so many people with so many different opinions of him. Some of the people I talk to absolutely love him, even if they do acknowledge that some of the choices and things he does is just absolutely frustrating. Others seem very neutral about him, but they do find him interesting as a character. And some people have named their dislike for him, which is also completely fine, but I'm also surprised that some people absolutely hate him and are not shy about saying it. And I think his character, perhaps above all others in this series, shows how we do take our own experiences with us in our literary journeys. When we read, our reading of a work is influenced by who we are, our background, and our experiences. And I have absolutely loved reading all your comments about how you feel about mooching, about what happened, what he did. Thank you guys so much for sharing your interpretations with me. They have helped me also go through my own thoughts about this, and well, here is my interpretation at the time of recording. So first things first, I am very much a main character kind of gal. We have that squared away. And because I adore Shirley-Ann as the main character of this story, I am also very invested in the Chandler trio. However, all this has got me thinking that, well, if Mooching and Function were side characters outside of Shirley-Ann, like on the level of Pei Ming or He Xuan, like that sort of distance, I don't know if I would find them just as interesting. Like, their plots would be fine and their characters would be interesting, sure, but their closeness to Shirley-Ann is definitely influencing a lot of my thoughts about them. So I have to be honest about this, I am generally pretty neutral about the both of them, but I get big feelings because Shirley-Ann is involved. And I am so invested in this friendship that they both obviously want, but somehow cannot get to work. And also how this defines them 800 years later. And thus, I spend a lot of time, effort, and energy into understanding these characters, and I'm having a blast with it, make no mistake. The setting as it is, with the relationships that the story presents us, makes it so that I really enjoy Function and Mooching both as characters. And it just so happens that Mooching is the one getting most talked about because of reasons, and I have things that I want to say as well. So, did Mooching majorly fuck up, or was he right to do so? Discussion part A. I think that Mooching wanting to leave when he did was perfectly reasonable. In fact, I am surprised that he was still there at the beginning of this arc. I mean, just the situation that they are in at the moment is one where everyone else in this group is refusing to make the sacrifices that they need to make in order to literally survive. This is kind of repeating a lot of my first thoughts when I first read this. But Mooching is used to making these sacrifices. He comes from a background where making such sacrifices was needed. And in this one step forward, two steps back kind of situation, the leaving is really the smart thing to do here. Even if, you know, doing right by his mother was only part of his reasoning. Like, I've had discussions about Mooching where I bring up his ambition. The fact that he wants to be something outside of being Shirley-Ann's deputy attendant, as opposed to Function, who didn't have that kind of ambition in Arc 2. And I think that ambition also plays into his decisions here. And well, we know that he and Function both were approached by other heavenly officials because they thought it was too bad that they were supposed to have to leave heaven along with Shirley-Ann, who seems to be the only one really banished, since Mooching was allowed to come back up as a junior official for someone else in the lower courts. So anyway, there is the ambition too, and he even reasons that maybe he had a bit of a plan, and maybe he even eventually planned on coming back to maybe help out. We don't actually have any proof of that, but I don't think it's too far-fetched. But I also think he wouldn't have come back this soon if not for the incident on the mountain. Coming back to that in a bit. And Shirley-Ann is very shocked that this is happening, and the reason why is because his idea of friendship is that is something that lasts forever. And that is a lovely and naive sentiment to have. Friendships are like all other relationships, they need care and they need communication. And again, while I think that Shirley-Ann genuinely thinks that he and Mooching were friends, I don't think that was a mutual feeling. With Mooching, and also actually with Function, they are his attendants before anything else. In Mooching's perspective, Shirley-Ann is his boss before he is anything else. And honestly, that just feels more reinforced now that they are thrown out of heaven and back into the mortal realm. Not only is Mooching going from being the junior official of the very renowned crown prince back to being his attendant, washing his clothes, helping him get money so that he can eat. He also ends up being the one who does this for the king and queen also. And that is in addition to being the one who handles the money, because he's apparently the only one who knows what things are supposed to cost. He's been given so many tasks and so many things to do. All his suggestions on how we can get to a better position are being shot down because of pride, mostly. The king's pride and his and Fengxian's idea that highborns should not be doing certain kinds of labor because that is demeaning. And we also learned that it's been a while since Shanle fell. In fact, years, plural. So by the time Qing leaves the first time, this has been going on for a while. And honestly, if you ask me, it speaks to his ability to care that he was still there after so long. And all that is fine, but however, part B of our little discussion here, Qing absolutely had more than one choice on top of that mountain. And he made a really shitty one. And he knows it, which I will talk more about later. But why make that choice? Well, the short answer is a combination of his temper and his inferiority complex. I think that his choice here was fueled a little bit by some of his reasoning, but also by emotion. Because Qing is a very emotional character. We already know this. We've seen multiple times how his actions can be driven by these flares of anger. But in this confrontation, while Shirlian is fighting these 33 other heavenly officials, excuse me, conquering these 33 heavenly officials, because they ain't worth shit. Qing does not actually involve himself. Even as they are literally begging him to do something, he is still only standing there, hands twitching like he wants to do something, but he's not sure of what. And then, in that moment, someone comments sarcastically, gives a comment that is described as seeming like it was giving Qing an excuse to stay out of things, but it was actually insidious. Basically saying that, well, of course he will defend Shirlian no matter what His Highness has done, because he is nothing outside of Shirlian. It's enough that he hasn't teamed up with His Highness, how can we possibly expect more than that? And like, we spend all of Arc 2 with Qing's inferiority complex basically shoved in our faces. It is painted on his forehead. And to Qing, with his ambition, with this inferiority complex, it triggers that flash of he's got to do something. And that is when he moves against Shirlian. Not to harm him, but to disarm. The path of least resistance. And then he asks him to leave. Nothing else, nothing less, nothing more, but he asks him to leave. And when Shirlian is pleading with him, like, do you at least believe me? I am not lying about the situation and about what these officials are doing, trying to throw out Shirlian even though he was there first. And we don't get to see more of their interaction because Shirlian is pushed by one of the other officials and no one reaches to help him up. And to me personally, that hurt my heart the most. In that moment, when Qing is looking away, and he only reaches out to Shirlian later at the bottom of that mountain when no one else is looking. And so to the last part of our discussion here, C. Does Qing regret this? From me, it's a singular yes. Yes, he does. It is in everything we see in the following scenes. It is in his words, it is in his body language, and it is in the way he hesitates when asked to leave again. And that is even after Shirlian has chased him out, literally with a broom, even if that was not on purpose. And there too, another flash of that anger. Must you taunt me so? He left Shirlian in the mud before all of those people. And I think he regrets the decision that put him there. Even when he's still on that mountain, after Shirlian falls, he averts his gaze. He doesn't look at him anymore. And then at the bottom of that mountain, when he goes to Shirlian, he looks away again. And then he brings supplies back to Shirlian's family, which is something he hasn't done before. And it doesn't take a genius to know that that is something he's doing now because of what happened with him and Shirlian. And then he makes another stupid decision in that he doesn't volunteer any information to Fengxian about what has happened. And only when Shirlian arrives, the truth comes out in a pretty emotional way. And it's like, Seriously, Mooching, did you not expect that would happen? And sure, yeah, maybe he didn't expect Function to listen to him to begin with if he tried to tell him what happened. But surely he would have expected that this way worse scenario would come to pass instead, and it's... Then the scene goes on, and his face is described as glum and ashen, and most importantly, Mooching says himself, "I was wrong. I admitted. And I apologize." He knows he's made a shitty choice. But the apology is already too late. Shirley-Ann needed a friend the most the moment he was on his knees in the mud before all these people. And Mooching didn't even help him up. And then, when he is finally thrown out, it is to a "fine, I'm leaving." And then a pause before "I'm really leaving." And there's so much hesitation from him in those moments. And to me, this whole scene and this aftermath, it's really Mooching facing the regret of a decision that he's made and not handling it very well at all. I don't suppose he has much practice. But I think it's so important to also underline that Mooching is not an entirely cynical, cold sort of character who cares for himself only. In fact, we already saw in Arc 2 that he is capable of caring. And he cares enough to want to admit his fault and ask for forgiveness. Like, why go confront Shirley-Ann again in this very uncomfortable situation if he didn't? And as a summary, that is why they frustrate me so much and why I've cried so many bitter tears over these scenes and the downfall of their relationship. Because there is a friendship here that they both desperately want. Shirley-Ann because he already thought it was there, but has failed to see that these feelings have not been communicated to the point where it is mutual. And Mooching, with his distrusting personality, his experiences and his mistakes, is unable to even think the thought that Shirley-Ann wants him as a friend and thinks of him as undisposable. And furthermore, I think that in the aftermath of this, Mooching still regrets what happened. And furthermore, he is alone. We see it now in the present day with him escaping from heaven because of the thing with the fetus spirit. And it's described to us pretty clearly. Mooching doesn't have friends. And he too sees that there are hardly anyone in the heavenly realm worth trusting to that point. And I mean, after this experience with the 33 of his colleagues, they were shitty people, not people who I'd want to be friends with anyway. And I'm sure that after witnessing all that, these are not people Mooching would have wanted to make close friends with to begin with. And now knowing that this is something that transpired between them, it is pretty imaginable to me that Mooching has every right to believe that Shirley-Ann must hate him. After all, after this incident, it took Mooching a couple of more years before he met his heavenly trial and ascended, while it took Shirley-Ann another 800 after his second ascension, I suppose. So yeah, I'm not surprised that Mooching acts super cagey and stuff the moment Shirley-Ann ascends for the third time, but also not surprised that he comes running the moment he has an excuse to be there next to Shirley-Ann again, even if he has to don a disguise to do so. We haven't even talked about Function yet, who in Arc 4, and honestly throughout Arc 2 as well, we see the same tendency, is, first and foremost, Shirley-Ann's bodyguard. Yes, he seems like he's on very friendly terms with Shirley-Ann, and maybe he even considers himself Shirley-Ann's friend, but before any kind of friendship, he is his servant. And I've sort of understood this of him ever since he got his arm broken because of Qi. But he will demean himself before he lets Shirley-Ann demean himself, even in this sort of situation that they are in. And All of this is making Shirlian very nervous. Especially after Qing has just left. He becomes nervous that Fengxian will one day wake up, so to speak, and realize that Shirlian has really given him nothing for his troubles. Which is why he ends up giving him that golden belt. But then, what happens in Arc 4 is that Fengxian, for the first time, finds that his loyalties are dividing. And it's because he meets Zhenlan at some point in the story, probably during or after the incident with the brothel. And we only get hints of what is happening. But what we know is that Zhenlan patches him up after the squabble with the street performers. And it's probably the only gentle touch Fengxian has received in a long while. And now he's getting it in, in the middle of all this hardship when everything is so hard. And while it takes him a while, he does actually try to tell Shirlian about this. I'm not exactly sure what he wants to tell Shirlian. It is a bit hard to imagine what it would be with the limited information we have. Like, I don't think he was aware of her pregnancy. It doesn't seem like that ever happened. But certainly he might want to let Shirlian know that he has found someone that he enjoys being with. That she was once from a great family in Shanle. Maybe that he wants to rescue her from those circumstances. But in the end, he doesn't. In the face of Shirlian telling him about Bai Wuxiang, he decides not to. Because Shirlian is already facing so many troubles, it seems, and he doesn't want to add to it. And throughout Arc 4, one thing that Fengxian does that is so detrimental to their relationship is that he is putting Shirlian on that pedestal. And Shirlian is so afraid of disappointing him, of not living up to Fengxian's idea of him. So, why does Fengxian leave? How does Fengxian leave? Well, I guess that depends on whatever happens after chapter 100. And hey, who gains from all of this? Who gains from Shirlian losing all the people around him? And once again, it's Bai Wuxiang. And it's something that fits Bai Wuxiang's agenda. No one in this world will ever truly understand you, and no one will stay by your side forever. Except me. Bai Wuxiang feels more like a character than ever before. And he is here to mansplain, manslaughter, and manipulate to fulfill his objective, which is Shirlian. And him getting so many speaking lines have really given us a mirror into what he is up to here. Then what exactly do you want, Shirlian asks, to which he does answer, I've already told you, I want you to come to my side. Your Highness, you are a beautiful block of jade. Allow me to guide and educate you. Perhaps it would be better to say that I am the only one worthy to educate you. You've been absorbing my lessons very well. The first thing I taught you is that you are powerless in the face of many things in this world. The second thing, do you want to save the common people? They don't need you to save them. They aren't worthy. So why? Why does this Ghost King have such an obsession with apparently teaching Shirlian things about the world? Why is he doing things around the War of Shanle in order to get to Shirlian, his objective? Why? Because he is the Crown Prince of Wu Yong. I am so convinced. Like, seriously, what else could it be? And I am even more convinced with the mention of Manian Qing. The fact that he has such a hate for Manian Qing, like describing him as a thing, it just makes me so much more sure that Manian Qing, was one of the deputies or whatever for the Crown Prince of Wu Yong, and whatever happened, whatever hardship, whatever failed here, Manian Qing was perhaps a counter voice to whatever the Crown Prince of Wu Yong believed in the aftermath. Perhaps that he was wronged or whatever. We do not know yet. We are still digging through all of this, and I guess we're only going to learn properly when we're back in the present. But I think that everything that happened in the Kingdom of Wu Yong has made it so that the Crown Prince of Wu Yong, aka Bai Wuxiang, is in this insane sort of state of mind where he feels all this resentment that let him become a Ghost King, perhaps towards the heavens, perhaps towards the people that he wanted to protect, but who in turn turned around to curse him. And then the Crown Prince of Shanle enters the stage and has all of these similar sort of attributes and this outlook on life and wants to save the common people. And perhaps in this very twisted sort of affection for this young promising crown prince, he swoops in, makes sure that everything goes to shit very similarly to his own experiences, and seems to want to use Shirley to quell his own loneliness. Because I am the only one who will understand you. Similarly then, Shirley is the only person who can understand the Crown Prince of Wuyong. So this is sort of where I've ended up. And this whole thing with chapter 100 causing so much damage and wanting to, teach the lesson about the common people who are not worthy. They will turn on you, they will hurt you. I wonder if he's trying, because that is probably what woke up so much resentment in him. I wonder if he's trying to cultivate that same resentment in Shirley-Ann through the experience of chapter 100. Because dying is not enough, Shirley-Ann needs to have enough resentment in order to also eventually perhaps become a Ghost King. And that, I feel, is what Bai Wuxiang wants. Again, these are only my current guesses based on the things he's saying. What exactly the end goal is, we have yet to see. So Bai Wuxiang is definitely the Crown Prince of Wuyong. But are they Jun Wu? Well, we have some things that speak for the argument still, and one of those things is the fact that martial arts. Bai Wuxiang again and again has shown himself to be very capable, very strong, stronger than Shirley-Ann maybe, faster than Hua Chang certainly, and the only other character we know with that sort of power level would be Jun Wu. There's also the case of touching. I mean, Bai Wuxiang has just intruded himself upon Shirley-Ann's personal space. That hug was the most eerie thing I have seen in this book so far. But Jun Wu as well, I suppose. He kind of invites his own little touchy-feely, sort of possessive, shoulder grabs when he can. And he is in the Heavenly Court. He can't always do that. He is the Emperor. With the Mask of Bai Wuxiang, he would be able to express that even further. So there's that, even if it's a rather weak evidence, I don't know. But then there is this very special interest in Shirley-Ann. They both have invested a lot of interest in Shirley-Ann becoming their successor in Jun Wu's case, or their partner in crime, I guess, in Bai Wuxiang's case. And that makes my other idea of them cooperating feel very thin, because this makes cooperation impossible. If they both want Shirley-Ann for two very different things, then I don't see how they can cooperate about that. Unless they are the same person. But at the same time, and remember again the timing with the Tonglu case and then Bai Wuxiang just showing up after Shirley-Ann decides to go there. It's maybe I am unnecessarily suspicious of this, but with the books coming to a close, we only have 2 volumes after this. I'm struggling to see how we're gonna get the time to establish Jun Wu's arc. Maybe his arc is just very disappointing. If he has a standalone thing, maybe it's more an afterthought compared to Bai Wuxiang / the Crown Prince of Wuyong's arc. And maybe that is why it's not really that hyped up, I guess. I don't know. I am very unsure about this still, but I want to have it mentioned so that, it's still up there. I'm still thinking about it. But I'm not super committed to the idea. I'm not super committed to this having to be a thing. But either way, Bai Wuxiang does some nasty shit in chapter 100. Throughout all these last few chapters, really, he makes Shirley-Ann's life so depressing and absolutely so pitiful, and at least someone was there to see it all. Hong Honger, Ghostfire edition, my new favorite Hua Chang form. Yeah. Quoting the Blackwater arc, watching your beloved be trampled and ridiculed with your own eyes and being unable to do a thing about it. You understand that you are nothing, that you can do nothing. That's the worst suffering in the world. Again, how do you guys reread TGCF without just bursting into tears? So what the fuck? So Hua Chang appears in this arc as well. Rescued by Sholian after being put into a lantern by this person trying to sell ghost fire lanterns. And the things we learn helps us establish a timeline roughly for what happened before Arc 4 and also Arc 4 itself. We learn that Hua Chang's death was pretty recent, and it was on a battlefield, which helps to inform us that even if Shanle fell quickly, Yong'an rose slowly. The change of rulers and everything else is not settled in a week or something like that. We last see Hua Chang at the Mount Taizang just before Sholian is going up to heaven, probably to get banished. At which time we have generously said that he is 14, maybe 15 years old, at the end of all the war efforts with Sholian at the helm of it. But Hua Chang still dies on a battlefield, and the art I was shown shows that he seems to have died while fighting on a battlefield, which makes me theorize that he was probably part of whatever remnants of the Shanle army was still fighting for Shanle. And there are several reasons why that might have continued to happen even after the royal family is in exile. Remember that Shanle is an old kingdom, and changing loyalties is not something that always happens. Some people would perhaps believe that they would be able to reinsert the royal family by continuing a resistance. And furthermore, there is a small degree of religious fanaticism in all of this, and we learn that in the scene where Sholian rescues all these ghost fires from the battlefield. For instance, one general of the Shanle army did teach his soldiers that, well, if you fight and die for the Crown Prince of Shanle, you will get to go to the Immortal Realm or whatever, even though that was a lie. And it seems to me that these ghost fires who died recently were soldiers who fought for Sholian, who died in the name of the Crown Prince, and Hua Chang was one of them. We also know that Hua Chang in his real form, under this guy, in his current appearance, is described as being looking like 18, 19 years old or something. Like a youth, still very young, but certainly older than the Hua Chang we met at the end of Arc 2. So it makes sense to me that a few years have passed and that he has grown. We do know that Hongonger was quite resourceful and also a pretty strong fighter with a lot of potential on the battlefield. After Shanle fell and all laws and propriety is kind of gone, I imagine that he might have been able to get himself a little bit more, I don't know, steal some rations, get more rations in the remaining military because he is such an asset or something. And also he was fully dedicated to become someone more powerful so that he could protect Sholian. So it makes sense to me that Hua Chang kept surviving, kept fighting, kept living, and then died fighting in Sholian's name. See, I'm not even crying. I'm doing so well, guys. I might have cried writing these notes, so I'm feeling pretty okay now that I'm just talking about them. So all this information we have about Hua Chang lets us establish a timeline where we are currently a few years after the fall of Shanle, after Arc 2. Of course, most of this is just speculation based on the little pieces of evidence that we have, but this is what I'm going for. This is my headcanon now. And one of my favorite things that we are learning about Hua Chang is not how he died, but what happens next. Because Hua Chang and Hershwen, the two Ghost Kings, their deaths are very different in circumstance. Hershwen dies violently on the battlefield, killing so many people, and then uses all his resentment to devour the Reverend of Empty Words, thus surely becoming a wrath himself. But Hua Chang's wish in his dying moment is far more gentle, I say, and then I'm tearing up again. Gosh darn it. It is a wish to protect. And through his enormous determination, that is enough for him to remain, to not pass on with the other spirits. I still have a beloved in this world, and I am willing to never rest in peace. But he is still a ghost fire, and he is so weak. His staying here is not built on resentment, and therefore he's not even that dangerous. It is based on that one wish. And he is a special little ghost fire. He stubbornly remains in this world, follows Shirley around, and throughout that time, he slowly improves to the point where he is easily recognizable amongst the other ghost fires because he shines a little brighter. He even manages to fight against those heavenly officials. He burns the eyes of one of them, which is very, very impressive. He runs his own little gang of ghost fires at some point and manages to get them to do his bidding, and then learns how to be warm, because at one point, Shirley is called lying in that graveyard, and Hua Chang is desperate to warm him, and he can't because he's a fucking ghost fire. But by the time Shirley is strapped to that altar, he is able to be a little warm, and that was heartbreaking to me as well. So he is slowly improving himself as the ghost fire, and he is begging, asking, praying to just get a little more time in order to be able to protect Shirley. But he's still weak, and all of that, none of it is built on some sort of resentment that he can draw his powers from. Until, that is, after the scene on the mountain and the first encounter with Bai Wuxiang, Hua Chang, the ghost fire, does gain some new abilities. And surely I think that incident might have brought him some resentment. However, it is not before chapter 100, where Wrath is born, screaming in despair. I think that witnessing the events of chapter 100 is what finally takes Hua Chang from ghost fire into a resentful ghost. And the resentment that's cultivated is enough to make him a wrath level ghost. That is a lot. Is this resentment for the perpetrators? Or for himself? For his own weakness that made him incapable of fulfilling his own wish? That would be very in line with a lot of things we already know about Hua Chang. How he resents his younger form when he's stuck as a child, and how Ming, whose personality is so much like young Hongonger, becomes a target for his own self-hatred as well as his weapon. Weaponized weakness, I guess. We already made that joke way back when. And now, do I have to remove him? He's only been on my board for like not even a week. He's so beautiful. He's so cute. Let's put these away for now. Behold, a man. Though I guess he's not like fully Ghost King Hua Chang yet. I don't know. I need a better picture to like put in front of him. Hongonger doesn't cut it. We need one of Soldier Hua Chang, I guess. Because like if my theory about Ming is correct, he hasn't even cut his eye out yet. Maybe that's coming soon. I don't know. Let's just put his face here for now, since we want to keep that anonymous for now. See, that works. Oh, this thing. I think I'm running out of gas. For better or worse. This thing. Function. Yeah, we actually have no confirmation of the name, but it's totally function. It's totally function. I'll just leave it like that. Yeah. Dee was very quick to remind me of his volume 2 introduction into the story as well. Creepy old sword. So we have some new information now. We know that Function, the sword, came from Bai Wuxiang. So is this a sword that was owned by Bai Wuxiang back in Wuyang? I am very unsure where this is all kind of connected. Why use this sword? Why does Shirley have it now? Does he have it now because Bai Wuxiang was vanquished and he was given it by John Wu, maybe? There's been no mention of it. There's been no mention of why Shirley has this sword. And after everything, Why does he still have it? Well, of course, because it's a cool sword. He already said it, like the moment it came out, he was like in a super, like he was tied up and everything was happening, and this sword was poking out of his stomach. And one of the Sholian swords is that this is one of those swords that he would love to have in his collection. Well, congratulations, Sholian. So we still have a lot of questions about Feng Xin and why Sholian still has it, why he has been carrying it around. He obviously had it while he was the state preceptor of Feng Xin. Again, the name. Why use the same name as the sword? Why use the same name as the sword? Why is the sword named that? The answer is likely trauma. So he's had it for a while before he lost it to Yong'an, like Lang Chenzhou had it and then delivered it back to him when he confronted him. And it's just been interesting to me. The whole thing has been so interesting. And I'd like to learn more about Feng Xin's origin, even though I am now less enthusiastic about the sword. Still a very cool sword. I agree, Sholian, it's a very cool sword. But Bai Wuxiang actually shows interest in more people than Sholian. Yeah, just why does Bai Wuxiang hold on to Hong Konger? Because in the first meeting after he comes down from the mountain, Sholian goes after Bai Wuxiang, reaching out to grab him because he is accusing him of having done something to Feng Xin or his parents. Yet, unexpectedly, the man snatched a ball of ghost fire with a light sweep of his sleeves. Sholian gets knocked into a tree and is unconscious. And the final moment before his eyes closed, Sholian saw the white-clothed figure's hand. A ball of ghost fire blazed in his palm. White No-Face chuckled, "Spirit, tell me, what is your name? How very interesting." And it's all like phrased in a sense like Sholian wasn't even like his target really, he was kind of just swatting him away while trying to get this ghost fireball. And yeah, why? Because the next time we see Hua Chang's little ghost fireball is when Sholian goes back to confront Bai Wuxiang at the end of this chapter, which makes me wonder if Sholian, for all of chapter 99, is not observed by Hua Chang again. Like this part where Mu Qing comes back to apologize, I suppose, and all the like very intense depression that Sholian goes through with Bai Wuxiang popping in and out. I wonder if Hua Chang was not there to see it because of whatever happens with Bai Wuxiang. We don't know. We don't know what happens. Was Hua Chang forced to tell Bai Wuxiang his name and something else? Like, why? We don't know what transpired. But we do know that Hua Chang is leading the ghost fires that are trying to make sure Sholian can't go to the temple. And then, appears alongside Sholian to fight against Bai Wuxiang, to give a bit of battle aura at the top of Sholian's stick. And also is above Sholian when he wakes up tied to that altar. And then, when Bai Wuxiang stabs Sholian, the same ghost fire is trying to press close as if trying to cover his wound, and then shoots straight at White No-Face as if suddenly furious, but is caught and held captive in his palm for the rest of the scene and told to watch, which he does. But why? Bai Wuxiang, why? The art. I'm trying to see if there are any clues while looking at the last pages, and by the way, this is a pain to read through again. But what we get is that explosion shaking the temple, raging oceans of flames, and ghost fire surging through it. There are hundreds of living humans inside the temple, reduced to hundreds sets of charcoal black bones. And then when the flames gradually subside, the tiny ball of ghost fire was no more. In its place, the figure of a young man was gradually taking shape. And the young man dropped to his knees in front of the scorched black surface of the altar. Bent over deeply, he clutched his head in both hands. He bellowed in immense, devastating pain. He didn't dare look at what had become of the person lying on the altar, for what lay there didn't resemble a human anymore. And then bones and skulls strewn over the interior, White No-Face cackled uncontrollably as he turned and left the temple. And that is the last thing we see of White No-Face. He leaves. He leaves the new wrath that has formed, like, as in a way, like he had been expecting it or trying to see if it would happen. It seems like Bai Wuxiang has noticed and knows more about Huachang as a ghost fire than Shilian ever did back then. It certainly must have sensed the potential in him, even when he was a little ghost fire. And you know, like I said, I think that is the moment where Huachang was finally getting more resentful, you know? And I think that is also why he caught Bai Wuxiang's attention a little bit, potentially. Because then this happens. This happens, and the little ghost fire becomes a wrath, and Bai Wuxiang seems pretty amused by that part. The fact that he killed every single person in that temple after everything they did to Shilian. So I have to question, how much does Bai Wuxiang know about the current Huachang? Does he know Huachang was this wrath and this ghost fire? And furthermore, well, Wrath Huachang killed all those people. What happens now? I hadn't really expected Huachang to even appear as not a ghost fire at this point in the arc, and we still have like almost 100 pages left of this book. So I'm a little confused, and I wonder what exactly he's going to do. Because, like, does he hide himself again? Is he, like, I don't see him wanting to leave Shilian if he can help it. But does he disguise himself? Like, he's a wrath now, he can do more things now. And it doesn't seem like Shilian has any memories of him from before, so I am very confused about what Huachang's role in the rest of the arc is going to be. That is going to be a surprise to me, I think. Like, is he gonna be trying to help Shilian from the shadows, or I don't know. Or is he gonna pull away after feeling his failure, you know? Next question, is human face disease now spreading in Yong'an? Because yes, all these people died, and all the wraiths dancing outside, the wretches dancing outside, they died from the ghost fire. But someone didn't die. The street performer. The street performer escaped, and judging by his nature, I mean, I'd hope he'd go somewhere to die quietly and not spread the human face disease, but someone might find him. Something might happen. And human face disease might start spreading in Yong'an. And is this the whole thing Bai Wuxiang is going towards? When he's talking to Shilian in the present timeline, Shilian was there for it. He stopped this guy basically from stabbing him, and therefore human face disease is now spreading, and you should take responsibility. You spread another plague, you know? Is this kind of like the story we're going into? That is my current speculation on the human face disease topic. Next question, Roya. Is Roya created from the silk band that Shilian wears, the same silk band that was used to tie him to that altar? Because I can only imagine that that kind of resentment, holding Shilian down through all of that, would be enough to make a pretty evil demonic cloth. Just saying. And you know, it was wrapped around Shilian. Roya is always wrapped around Shilian. So maybe Roya is not connected to Shilian's parents' death, but is this silk band. I can't help but wonder. And lastly, Shilian died? He loses consciousness at the end of all of this, but in between all those fatal wounds, does he die and then come back to life? Is it like so short of an amount in between because it's about that one wound to the heart, really? Mostly. Spine, I guess. I don't want to think too much into the details of this, actually. But he does pass out there at the end of things. From blood loss, from something else, I don't know. But we do have the description of what lies on that altar no longer resemble a human. So I can only imagine that he was pretty torn up. Qing did a number of him, and 100+ stab wounds, because, you know, they didn't always hit the right mark, and I'm sure some people did a couple of stabs just in case, you know. I can imagine that whatever was left of Julian's torso would not have been a pretty sight. Inhuman, apparently. Which begs the question, what will be his state of mind now when he wakes up from this? Because he will wake up, right? I guess maybe all those stabs means that his body needs more time to put itself together. Kind of like when he died after being trampled in Yong'an. Because he woke up after having passed on the river, right? Like he was brought down the river and then woke up. Probably when his body had knitted itself together, I guess. And he's gonna need some time for this. And whatever happens in the rest of Arc 4, yeah, this would have... I don't know, like, is Julian free to go back now? And when he does... Like, we still haven't seen Qing leave. We still haven't seen his parents die. I feel like we have a lot more things that are about to happen. And with the weight of all this, Julian might currently be losing his faith a little in, you know, his little life motto there, that I want to save people, you know? And that is as far as my discussion is right now. Like, there are things that we know will happen. We know that the second ascension will happen. And I don't know if that's gonna happen now. We know that his fight with John Woo will happen. I don't know if that's something we will get to see. We know that John Woo is going to fight by Wu Xiang, supposedly. So we have things we know are coming down the line. But I am very unsure of how they're going to happen. But hey, I know how to find out. So let's get ready to start reading. Volume 6 of Heaven Official's Blessing. Chapter 101. With neither grief nor joy, White Cloth brings calamity to this world. Okay, so White-Clothed Calamity is the name of the arc, and now we are bringing calamity to the world. Oh gosh. Let's do it. Julian couldn't tell if he was awake or asleep. If he was awake, then he was reacting to nothing in the outside world and had no memory of anything. If he was asleep, his eyes had been open the whole time. By the time he came back to himself, White No-Face had strapped the black sword to his waist like an elder giving a reward to a child. "This is my gift to you," he patted the hilt. His voice was gentle and thick with deeper meaning. "It will certainly prove much sharper than any of the others you collected, even the ones from John Woo." Okay, is this here to throw us off, or is it like to help us confirm that it's not? But another thing, like, how do you know that? How do you know all that by Wu Xiang? How do you know about all of Julian's swords and their sharpness? Julian let him hang the sword as he willed, neither speaking nor retaliating. Retaliation would be pointless. He put on a new set of robes in that state. Armed with a new sword, he dragged himself outside in what felt like a newly born body. He walked out of the Temple of the Crown Prince and toward the darkness. Okay, this is interesting. So, new robes, I'm guessing by Wu Xiang got him some, but yeah, this is so weird. So he's around, but where did Huatong go? Where did Huatong go? Because the last we saw was by Wu Xiang walking away, and now he's obviously come back then, right? White No-Face called after him. "Wait." Julian paused in his step. White No-Face soundlessly came to his side and placed a white silk band in his hands. "You forgot this? Oh my fucking god." That white silk band is so Roya, isn't it? It is so Roya. Is it awake now or not yet? It was the silk band he had once used to cover his face, the one that had also been used to bind him. Sholian wobbled down the mountain alone. Day had already broken. The sun had come out, but Sholian didn't feel warm at all when it shined on him. On his way down the mountain, he saw a little trickling stream, clear and lively. He approached the stream's banks. The water reflected his appearance. Sholian stared at his pale face. The face was smooth and fair without a single cut to be seen. The neck was the same, which meant the chest and the abdomen and other places were all healed. He only looked for a while before he couldn't bear the sight any longer. Lowering his head, he cupped some stream water in his hands to wash his face and drink a few mouthfuls. He drank and drank until he happened to notice something nearby. Slowly he looked up. Not far upstream, there was a corpse lying on the shore, slumped next to a giant boulder. Judging by the clothes, it was the corpse of the buff street performer. The man hadn't descended the mountain, he died on the road. There was a particularly obvious bloodstain on the giant's boulder. Whether from pain or fear, it looked like he had smashed himself against it until he died. The corpse was already rotted and emitted a foul stench. Half of the body was soaking in the water of the stream. Although the body didn't move, the little deformed faces growing on its half-rotten face were still squirming. Sholian knelt by the stream and puked his guts out for over an hour, heaving until blood came up. After descending the mountain, he walked through the city for a long time, aimlessly wandering the main streets without a destination in mind. Suddenly a hand gripped his shoulder and yanked him into an alley. Sholian looked around and saw an incoming fist before he even glimpsed the other's face. "Where did you run off to for so long?" Behind the fist was Feng Shen's furious expression, but by the time Sholian saw, he'd already been knocked to the ground by the punch. Oh my god. Like, I'm already gut punched by the scene with the corpse in the boulder and the water, and then now Feng Shen. Feng Shen punched Sholian. Where have you been for all this time? The corpse was already rotting. This is not just a day. Oh god. How long? How long? And for Feng Shen to be furious enough to punch Sholian, what the heck? Feng Shen hadn't expected to knock him down so easily. Confused, he looked at his own fist, then at Sholian on the ground. Before he could think to help him up, Sholian had already crawled back up by himself. Feng Shen's face changed, but in the end, his temper was still flaring. "You got such an attitude, dropping only a word before running away and disappearing for 2 months. Oh my fucking god. 2 months. It took 2 months for Sholian's body to piece itself back together. Oh my lord. Oh my god. Oh my god, I am so sorry, Sholian. A lot of things could happen in 2 months. Where is Watang? Where is everyone? Oh my lord, 2 months. Do you know how worried their majesties have been? Sholian wiped away the splattered blood on his face from his nosebleed. I'm sorry. Seeing that he was making things worse by wiping, Feng Shen heaved a heavy sigh. Your Highness, forget it with the apology. There's no need between us, but you... What happened to you? Why were you gone for so long? Can't you tell me? He noticed the black sword hanging at Sholian's waist. And where did you get that sword? Sholian wanted to tell him. But then he remembered the argument he'd had with Feng Shen before he left and the doubtful expression of Feng Shen's face, and that brought to mind the experience he never wanted to think about again. So he just repeated, I'm sorry. The two returned to the hideout, and when the queen saw Shirley-Anne, she hugged him and wept. The king looked like he'd aged quite a bit again. Before, it was a matter of finding white hair among the black, but now it was a search for black strands among all the white. However, he wasn't blowing his top for some reason, and he only spoke a few words before falling silent. The three of them were probably afraid that Shirley-Anne would run away for another 2 months if he was provoked again, so they were very careful with their words and gestures around him. For a second there, I thought he would go home and find Feng Xin gone and his parents dead. In one way, it's a bit of a relief that they're still there, but in another, knowing that their deaths are to come and Feng Xin leaving is to come, I'm not so sure how relieving this really is. 2 months, huh? Again, like, it's not specified if he was zoning out for parts of it, but 2 months. 2 months of just lying there while his body stitched itself back together. And he can't even tell if he was conscious for it or not. Wow. Oh my god. I don't even want to talk about the scene with the boulder and the water, but I guess I'm kind of glad that he didn't go to the others. As in, he didn't escape the mountain. He offed himself, I'm guessing. Like, Shirley-Anne wondered if it was in confusion, but it looked like, I think it was very intentional, and oh my lord. But the faces are still squirming on him, still alive, oh my god. Little interlude, let's continue. After a meal so simple it was crude, Shirley-Anne untied the black sword on his waist and passed it over. Take this sword, pawn it. Feng Xin noticed that the hand holding the sword was shaking, but he couldn't guess what had caused it, or what was causing it. Why? Didn't you ask for money before? Shirley-Anne said. A flash of hurt suddenly crossed Feng Xin's face, and he shook his head soon after. I don't need it anymore. Oh, it's this like... Because he thought Jianlan was married. Right, she was married and lived a good life. Is this the part where she's, I don't know, gone into hiding or whatever? I don't know why he didn't know where she had gone to. But I don't need it anymore. Things have happened in these last 2 months. Shirley-Anne didn't speak another word. He tossed the black sword to the side and stopped caring about it. Then he flopped over and fell asleep. When Shirley-Anne came back this time, he tried to act like nothing had happened, in the hope that everything would return to normal as soon as possible, in the hope that he could return to the person he once was. Soon, he and Feng Xin went out to perform in the street. Feng Xin was still worried at first and told him, forget it, just rest for a couple more days. I've already rested for almost 2 months, Shirley-Anne said. If those street performers keep coming to cause trouble, it'll be easier to handle it with 2 people. They stopped coming a while ago, Feng Xin explained. I mean, yeah, one of them did die. It wasn't because the buff street performer had died and there was no one to lead, but because Feng Xin had been settled there for a while now. Yeah, so they might have moved. They might have moved. When he first arrived, everyone had regarded him as a novelty, but that novelty had worn away with the passage of time, and watching him was now no different from watching the other local buskers. Feng Xin had lost his competitive edge, and the other street performers stopped looking for trouble now that he wasn't a threat. Since everyone made about the same amount of money, it was fine. But now, no matter how hard Feng Xin shot his arrows, no matter how expert his skill, the audience and the reward they paid for his efforts was less than half of what it once was. In fact, it was less than 10%. After working for over half the day, Feng Xin was exhausted and sweating profusely as he sat down on the roadside. Let me go up, Shirley-Anne said. No, don't worry about it, Feng Xin replied. However, Shirley-Anne didn't bother listening to him. The passerby became interested again at the sight of a new face. And what special skill do you have, lad? Sholian didn't respond. He picked up a branch and started to perform a swordplay routine. Though he wielded a mere branch, the technique was beautifully performed, and the sound of wind being cut carried the sharpness of the sword's intent. A few audience members did him the honor and cheered. Feng Xin looked on from one side, his expression complicated. He only watched for a bit before he turned his gaze away. Sholian didn't feel shame at all, nor did he feel any burden. He just kept deliberately and gracefully swinging his branch. Suddenly, someone in the crowd began to jeer. It's so boring! What a pathetic act! Who wants to watch you fucking poke around blindly with a tree branch? Feng Xin immediately jumped to his feet and shouted, You watch your language! Sholian faltered and looked over. There was a man in the crowd who was munching on a melon and spitting out the seeds. He was obviously there to watch a show. This ancestor's here to watch a street performance. I'll say whatever I want to say. You're here to earn our reward, so what do you care what I say? The man yelled back at Feng Xin. Switch to a real sword. Use a real one, and Granddaddy will consider granting you some seats. Oh my god. As soon as he started yelling, others in the audience followed suit. Feng Xin was furious and just about to strike out when a white shadow flashed past. Sholian was already standing next to the heckler. He grabbed the man and threw him high into the air. The strength he exhibited was incredible, and the heckler's melon rinds tumbled to the ground as he was thrown meters away. The crowd was left to gape in open-mouthed shock. The man landed with a heavy thud, bleeding from his orifices, and screaming horribly. However, Sholian wasn't done, and he went over to seize the man once again. His voice was flat and emotionless. There are no real swords here, but I can really take your life. Do you want to see that act? Oh my fucking god, he doesn't give a shit anymore. The audience broke away and fled in terror. Somebody help! Murder! Feng Xin was even more shocked. Your Highness! Sholian ignored him and prepared to throw the heckler another several meters away and let him fall wherever, but Feng Xin hurried over and held Sholian down, even forgetting to hide his identity as he roared. Your Highness, snap out of it! You're going to kill him! Sholian's eyes were burning with black flames. He smacked Feng Xin's hand away and pressed the man to the ground. The heckler passed out cold. Feng Xin bent down and was about to check whether he was breathing when he heard someone yelling sharply at the end of the street. It's them, over there! Oh no, the young'un soldiers had come. Feng Xin bolted instantly, but Sholian still stood there staring at the young'un soldiers like he was contemplating starting a fight with them. Feng Xin turned around and pulled him away. What are you still standing there for? Run! The two of them ducked and hid under cover until they could make an escape and return to their little safe house. The moment they passed through the door, Feng Xin started yelling right in front of the queen. Why would you do something like that? Once, Feng Xin would have never dared to be so unruly before the two majesties, but a lot had changed. They had all been ground down for so long. Sholian turned to the queen. Go to your room. My son, what? The queen started. Go to your room, Sholian shouted. The queen didn't dare press further and retreated to her room. Sholian turned to Feng Xin. What did I do? You were going to kill that man, Feng Xin said angrily. He didn't die, Sholian countered. And so, what if he had? Feng Xin was dumbfounded. What did you say? What do you mean, so what if he died? That filthy peasant was asking for it, Sholian said. And since he asked for it, I gave it to him. Was I wrong? Stunned by Sholian's new vocabulary, it was a good moment before Feng Xin said, He was causing trouble, but you didn't need to kill him. Smack him around and let it go. He didn't deserve to die over some petty words. Sholian cut him off. Of course he did. He dared to say it, so we had to pay the price. How could you say something like that? Feng Xin asked, voice thick with disbelief. Like what? Sholian asked. I've never heard you call someone a peasant like that before, Feng Xin said. What are you trying to say? Sholian said. It's not like I'm a god. Can't I be angry? Can't I hate? Function didn't know how to respond. A moment later, he arduously squeezed out a few words. That's not what I meant, but still, you didn't need to. Julian didn't want to listen anymore and stopped talking to him. He stomped into his own room and slammed the door. The moment the door was shut, he screamed and threw himself onto the bed. He was fooling himself. Utterly fooling himself. No matter what, it was impossible to pretend nothing had happened. It was impossible for him to return to who he once was. Okay. So the whole point of this section, I guess, is that Julian is forcing normalcy, trying to return to who he once was, but the truth of it is he is no longer that person and he no longer feels like that person. And this thing, is weighing on him so much, and he is so angry about everything. This is this by Wuxiang winning? Is the point of this Julian submitting to that hatred? They are not worthy. That evening, someone knocked on his door. Julian assumed that it was Function, so he ignored it. The Queen's voice sounded from the other side a moment later. My son, it's your mother. Let mother come in and take a look at you, all right? Julian had just wanted to lie there without moving, but after staying there for one more moment, he still got up and opened the door. What? He asked tiredly. The Queen stood at the door, holding a plate. My son, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Julian stared at her and endured the urge to speak for a long time before he finally forcefully swallowed the words that were already rolling up his throat. Even though I haven't eaten, I don't want to eat anything you made. He moved aside to allow his mother into his room, and the Queen placed the plate on the table. Look! Julian looked, and he got so angry he wanted to laugh. What is that? The Queen spoke up as if she were offering him treasure. This is lovebirds upon a branch meatballs, and this is blooming flowers and full moon stew. Oh my God. The lovebirds looked like they were dead, and the full moon was full of craters. Julian had to interrupt her. Why did you name these things? Don't dishes always have names? The Queen said. That's for imperial dining in a palace, Julian said. Ordinary people don't give names to dishes. Imperial dining, palaces, ordinary people. The Queen remained quiet for a while, then smiled. Well, no one ever said you have to dine imperially to give a dish a name. So just take this as a wish for good fortune. Come, try some. Mother spent a long time making this for you. And then she passed a pair of chopsticks over. Julian didn't smile, nor did he touch the chopsticks. The Queen sat there, smiling for a while before her face gradually fell. My son. Julian's tone was brusque. What? Why are you fighting with Function again? The Queen asked. Julian didn't want to explain, and he didn't have the energy to do so regardless. You two just stay in your room and relax. You don't need to worry about these things. The Queen hesitated for a moment. Mother knows she probably shouldn't say this, but that child Function was the one who looked after us during the many days that you were gone. Mother, what are you trying to say? Julian demanded. My son, don't be angry. I'm not trying to blame you, the Queen said quickly. I'm really not. I know you're having a difficult time as well. I'm only saying that young Function has always followed us, followed you, and it isn't easy for him. I can sense that he stayed with us until now, not because he didn't want to leave, but because he still cares about your friendship. Julian leapt to his feet. Who has had it easy? Has it been easy for me? Mother, can you please stop asking questions? Can you please not involve yourself in things that you don't understand? When she saw that he was running out the door, the Queen started panicking and got up to chase after him. My son, where are you going? I'll stop talking. Mother won't say anything else. Come back. I know, Julian exclaimed sharply. Everyone's having a hard time, but don't worry. I'll go right now to make things easier for everyone. The Queen couldn't keep up with them, and it wasn't long before she was left behind. That's hard. That's hard. The way she just immediately folds when he leaves. When he goes to leave, she just, I'll stop talking. I won't say anything else. Come back. Oh my god, she is so scared for him and it hurts me so much. Let's keep the tears at bay. Let's keep the fucking tears at bay. But this is the kind of stuff that just... She cares so much. But she has so little ability to do anything, and that must feel so hopeless also. I speculated about the king going, that it would be like a pride thing, and that the queen would follow him out of sort of obligation, I guess I thought. But now I'm thinking more and more that she too feels so useless. Like she's only making things worse for Julian. And it's giving me like the sense of her personal reasons for all of this. And oh my god. Are we going to have to face that scene eventually? Because I'll let you know that I just want to let you know that when I'm staring that way, I am staring at a gorgeous standee of Sholian, and next to him is a gorgeous standee of Sholian and Hua Chang, and I'm looking at them to refocus, to center myself, I suppose. Oh my lord. Sholian returned later that night carrying a few sacks. When he opened the door, no one had gone to bed. They were all waiting for him, their expressions solemn. Sholian shut the door with a backhanded push. What's up? It seemed that the king had already lectured the queen, and the rims of her eyes were red. When she saw that Sholian had returned, she let out a long sigh of relief and forced a happy smile. My son, you've come back! I won't ask you any unnecessary questions from now on. Just don't leave so suddenly. Mother will definitely listen to you if there's anything. Everyone was scared. Scared that if he turned around and left again, he'd go missing for another 2 months. You all think too much, Sholian said. I wasn't going to leave, just go and rest. Feng Xin waited until the king and queen had gone to their room. After a moment of silence, he began to speak. Even if I asked where you went, you wouldn't tell me, right? Sholian didn't reply, just tossed the sacks to the ground. They made crisp, clinking sounds as they landed. What's this? Feng Xin said. Sholian opened the sacks and dumped them out. From within tumbled a large pile of shining gold and silverwares that nearly brightened the entire house. Did you go? Did we actually rob someone this time? Oh my lord. Feng Xin instantly stood up. Where did these things come from? Sholian didn't bother to look up as he replied. He just sat on the ground and counted the whole. There's no need to be like that. I paid a visit to a big household in the city. Relax, no one saw me. Well, now we've actually robbed someone at least. Like, we took so much grief from almost robbing someone, and, well, why not rob someone for real if that's what happened after all, you know? Feng Xin's eyes were round and bulging. Are you... Remembering just then that the king and queen were in the next room, he lowered his voice. You stole them? You don't need to look at me like that, Sholian said. Everyone's having a hard time. This will make things easier. You still shouldn't have stolen them, Feng Xin exclaimed. We can just busk. And how much do we earn from killing ourselves performing on the street? Sholian said. Feng Xin staggered back a couple of steps. It was the first time Sholian saw him look like he was about to faint. He finally steadied himself and took a moment to make sure he hadn't heard wrong. Then he mumbled, What made you this way? Sholian looked up. What way? Feng Xin was furious. I don't want to lecture you, but just look at yourself, at what you've become. I've already stopped asking about the robberies, so how did things get even worse? Sholian snorted. I knew it. Knew what? Feng Xin asked. Sholian rose to his feet. I knew that robbery thing was still in your mind. You wanted to ask me, but you didn't have the heart. You've thought about it 1,000 times, right? Don't obsess about it anymore, I'll tell you. Step by step, he closed in on Feng Xin. It's true, I robbed someone. Feng Xin was forced to step back. You Then he advanced a step and hissed in anger. Have we been passing our days in such hardship, and for what? If you were willing to do those things, then we could have done them already. Why suffer until today? What are you doing, throwing away all your efforts? Are you still the same Royal Highness I used to know? You're right. Why have we suffered until today? Shulian said. Function was taken aback, and Shulian continued. What was I like in the past? I didn't talk back when I was cursed at, didn't fight back when I was beaten, and I always overestimated myself. I was so determined to save the common people. What kind of person does all that? A dumbass? Do you think being a dumbass is better? Do you think that's the kind of person I should be? Are you going to be very shocked if I'm not? Function was stunned. Are you crazy? Why do you have to say it like that? You're wrong. I'm not crazy, Shulian said. I've just suddenly come to my senses. Now I know that the past me was the crazy one. Why are you being like this? Why did you become this way? Function murmured. I really don't know why. Why did I follow you all this time? Can't stop following, Shulian said. Oh my fucking god. Is this it? This is it? Function can wrap his head around that. What? I said, don't follow me anymore, Shulian repeated. Then he slammed the door. 4 hours later, there was finally some rustling outside the room and low voices speaking. It seemed Feng Xin was bidding farewell to Shulian's mother and father. Feng Xin's voice was extremely low, and the king's voice was choked with sobs, and the king didn't say much. But there was a lot of coughing. The door opened a moment later, then closed. Feng Xin's voice vanished, and the sound of his footsteps grew more and more distant. Feng Xin had left. Shulian was still shut in his room, emotionless and expressionless. A moment later, he closed his eyes. He'd finally left. Ever since Qing left them, Shulian had been terrified of the possibility that one day Feng Xin would leave too. But he'd become so scared of it that he could no longer endure the torment. Rather than dragging it out, slowly grinding away all the kindness and friendship like sharpening a knife until nothing remains, until they loathed the sight of each other, it had been better to make it explode now. Before Feng Xin left, Shulian had been afraid. Now that Feng Xin was gone, he wasn't scared anymore. But even though he no longer felt fear, he felt a deeper agony. Shulian had initially held her 1 in a million bit of hope at the bottom of his heart. He'd hoped that Feng Xin would still stay, even if Shulian admitted he had done things he shouldn't have, even if he became the worst version of himself. After all, the two had never left each other's sides since he turned 14 and Feng Xin was elected to be his personal attendant. They were master and servant, but more than that, they were friends, and Feng Xin had no one to care for aside from the crown prince either, or at most, him and the king and queen. But Feng Xin had really left. Shulian had already guessed it would end like this, and he could understand it completely. He just couldn't bear it for the moment. Yeah. Make it explode? Yeah. He upped his behavior here, apparently. He did all that to make sure Feng Xin would leave. And still, even though that was what Shulian planned, to make him leave so that he could stop fearing that he would, he still hoped. He still hoped because they were friends. And because Feng Xin had no one else, except Feng Xin has someone else. At this point, he just hasn't been able to tell Shulian about it yet, and other than that, it's... Gosh, this is a lot. Then stop following. I said, don't follow me anymore. Holy mother. Alta said. Just then the Queen's voice came from outside his silent room. My son, I'm so sorry. Julian couldn't immediately think of a response. He crawled out of his bed and opened the door, then went out. It's got nothing to do with you, he said, tiredly. The King and Queen were both sitting at the old, creaky table. Father and Mother dragged you down and made you do bad things for our sake. We even made you and Function argue, the Queen said. Julian forced a smile. What bad things? Aren't tales and legends full of stories about stealing from the rich to help the poor? Since Function's gone, he's gone. This is good, actually. With him gone, things will be more relaxed. Relaxed on both sides. You two just focus on healing. Tomorrow we can buy the best medicine. However, the King glared at him. I won't use that money. The Queen tugged at him covertly. Then what do you want? Julian demanded. The King coughed a few more times. You go chase after Function and bring him back. I don't want this money. Although the Queen was still tugging at him, she agreed. Yes, why don't you chase after Function? He's your most loyal servant and your best friend. The loyal servant is no more, Julian said. We have money, so just use it. Don't ask about anything else. I already told you. You don't understand these things. After a long silence, the Queen said, I'm so sorry, my son. Mom and Dad can see you've been struggling very hard on your own, but we're only mortals, so we can't help you at all. You have to take care of us on top of everything else. Julian was out of energy to say more. So he placated them with empty words and of comfort before sending them back to their room. To try to clear his mind, Julian unwrapped his white silk band and stripped off all his clothes, then took a quick bath before passing out in bed. He slept so deeply that when he woke the next day, he wondered blearily, how come Function didn't wake me? It took some time before he remembered that Function had left. Julian flipped over and sat up, falling into a daze. But there was something else. Even if Function had left. What about his parents? Why hadn't his father and mother come to rouse him either? Normally he would have heard the King's coughing by now. Oh my fucking god. That sound had never ceased, so why was it so quiet today? Julian suddenly felt uneasy. He put on the clothes and got out of bed, then reached for his silk band, but it was missing. He pushed open the door to the room next to his. Mother, have you seen my... The moment he opened the door, his pupils instantly shrank to 2 minuscule dots. He had found his silk band. The silk band was hanging from the beam. 2 unmoving figures dangled from it. Their bodies had long since gone stiff. They were the bodies of his father and mother. Julian wondered if perhaps he was still dreaming. He staggered, reaching out to support himself on the wall, but he was swaying so badly that he couldn't catch himself and slipped down along the wall instead. He sat on the ground, hands covering his face. He couldn't breathe. He choked on air. He cried and laughed and cried. Hi. He rambled incoherently to no one. Then he added, It wasn't, no. Wait. You can't. In the end, he couldn't even form complete sentences. He turned around and screamed, smashing his head against the wall over and over. He should have known. His father was such a conservative, traditional king, and his mother couldn't bear the sight of her loved one suffering, let alone suffering for her sake. They were both nobility, raised in prestige. It was already a miracle that they'd hung on for this long. Julian smacked his head against the wall hundreds of times. Function, my father, my mother are gone, he mumbled, No one was listening. Only then did he realize he needed to get his parents' corpses down. After he lowered them, Julian acted like he had nothing left to do and walked around the house. He saw that there were a few plates of horrid-looking food on the table, long gone cold. They were the dishes that Julian had made the Queen take away the night before without eating a single bite. Now he pulled them over absent-mindedly and ate everything, not daring to leave behind a single leaf, afraid to miss a single grain of rice. After he ate, he heaved and began to vomit. Suddenly, Julian grabbed the white silk band and threw it over the beam, then put his own neck through its knotted loop. Waves of suffocation assaulted him, yet his mind remained clear. Even when his eyes filled with blood and when his collarbones cracked, he still remained conscious. As he hung there, the white silk band abruptly loosened on its own. Julian fell heavily to the ground, and in the midst of his dizziness, he saw that the silk band had actually started moving by itself with no breeze to aid it. It was coiling like a venomous snake. It had conceived its own spirit. It had been dyed with Julian's blood, had hung 2 royals to death. If Julian could die, then it would have been 3. Saturated with such deep resentment and evil, it would be stranger if it didn't turn into a spirit. The little spirit had only just arrived in the world and didn't understand at all that it had been born from such despair. It happily drifted over to the one who had given it a soul, like it was hoping for a gesture of affection. I feel like this art was like a page too late. It should have been like the page before this. Oh my god. I'm kind of happy that this is my leaky eye. It's the one turned away from the camera. So in case you haven't seen, this eye is the one where the tears have just been rolling. This one's been pretty fine. Oh my fucking god, yeah, we knew this was happening. Oh god. These last couple of pages feel like a bit of a fever dream though. Like I knew it was coming, so I guess I was prepared, but at the same time, just reading it was so, this is so sad. This is so sad. And now Roy is here. Roy is here. Roy is alive. Crawling over to Julian, looking for affection. However, Julian had no eyes for it, and he clutched his head and roared. Somebody come kill me. He could only pray that someone would come right that second to take his life and help him break free from this endless pain and torture. Just then, in the far distance, he heard the roaring sounds of gongs and drums. Julian panted harshly, his eyes bloodshot. What is that? He wondered. Something drove him to his feet, and he stumbled outside to look. He walked for a long time before he finally realized that it was the sound of celebration. They were commemorating the imperial palace's construction in the newly established royal capital of the newly established kingdom of Yong'an. On the day where Shamla's royalty ends, the entire nation had joined in jubilation. All the former citizens of Shamla were now cheering for Yong'an. On the main street, everyone's faces bore bright smiles. It was such a familiar sight. Julian remembered now. This was how the people of Shanla's imperial capital had cheered during the Shangyuan heavenly ceremonial procession. Sholian staggered back to the cottage and sat listlessly on the floor. Why did he have to witness the laughter and cheers of the young people when the corpses of the king and queen of Shanla lay at his feet? Sholian buried his face in his hands, crying and laughing. A moment later, he giggled. Don't think it'll be that easy for you. Memories flashed in his mind of a voice telling him, human face disease is resentment. This is how you create human face disease. A savage light glinted in his eyes, and his voice softened. I won't let any of you off so easily. The expression on his face was like he was both crying and laughing, like joy and sadness mixed together. Using the wall as support, he slowly rose to his feet. Young Han, forever peace, which is the name meaning of Young Han. Dream on. Keep dreaming forever. I curse all of you. I curse all of you. I want all of you to die, all of you, to the last. Sholian laughed and rushed forth like a whirlwind. When he passed the mirror, he suddenly paused and whipped his head around. His reflection had already changed completely. He wasn't wearing his white cultivator robes, which were threadbare from the wash. Instead, he was wearing snow-white funeral robes with expansive sleeves. His face was no longer his own, but a half-crying, half-smiling mask. Sholian would have once screamed in horror at the sight of himself like this. However, the Sholian of today wasn't scared at all. He laughed maniacally and ignored the change. He stumbled to the door, crashing through it before breaking into a dash. Well, mark me down as sad and terrified. Yeah, so this is somehow not a surprise. Gee, I wonder why notebook from Volume 8. But also, like, the end of Arc 3. Like, come on. Come on. We knew this was happening. So here we have Sholian taking up the mantle as White No-Face, I guess. God. Bai Wuxiang must have been here, worked his little magic to get those robes going, to get that mask on, like he was cackling behind the scenes here. Oh my fucking god. Well, I do have the mask ready. Yeah? Yeah, you just hold on to that for a little bit. I have one your size. I'll make sure to get it for you once we get to the end of this chapter. The former imperial capital of Shanla was now nothing more than a field of ruined wreckage. I know I'm going past this. I'm just like, I stopped crying, so now I'm like, okay, let's get to the end of this. But we're in the former imperial capital of Shanla, which was nothing more than a field of ruined wreckage. And I'm guessing, because the people of Yong'an were used to create the human face disease the first time around, I am guessing we're here to find some souls, resentful spirits in Shanla to, make some human face disease. It is resentment. There were still some who lived near the wreckage, residents who had been lucky enough to survive, and refugees who had nowhere else to go. Ever since the plague of human face disease had erupted and the imperial city had fallen, the once glamorous capital was subject to frequent, sinister, chilling winds. Today they seemed especially cold. The few disheveled beggars who remained were fleeing, watching the skies as they ran. They sensed that something ominous was approaching and knew better than to linger in the streets. Sholian is coming. The battlefield sprawled in front of the broken imperial city gates. Not many dead visited. Now there was only an old cultivator scurrying around trying to catch some lost, wandering souls. He stuffed them into his sack once they were caught, ready to take them and tie them into lanterns. Oh my god, the same guy? Oh my gosh. As he darted around, the old cultivator unexpectedly discovered that a strange white-clothed figure had appeared at the edge of the battlefield. Truly strange, truly peculiar. The man was wearing white funeral robes with expansive sleeves, and he had a band of white silk tied to one arm. The white silk band floated in the wind like it was alive. On the man's face was a ghastly white mask, half of it crying, half of it smiling. The old cultivator shuddered violently, and before he knew why he was fleeing, his legs had already carried him away from the battlefield. He stopped before the fright had left him completely and looked back. The white-clothed man didn't speak a single word as he strolled across the battlefield. Chilling wind whipped around him, and with every step, he trampled the bones of those who had died in the war. Yeah, man, if Julian recognizes you now, you're fucking dead. He's in that mood. Which is such a mild way to describe it. He is, countless souls of the dead were struggling and wailing on this soil. Even the air was black from resentment. Do you hate? The white-clothed man asked coldly. The dead souls wailed and cried. The white-clothed man took another few steps. The people you sought to protect, the people for whom you sought to die, they have now become the people of a new kingdom. Do you hate? The wails of the dead souls now had shrieking mixed in. They've forgotten those who died on the battlefield, forgotten your sacrifices. They are cheering for the ones who stole your lives away, the white-clothed man said slowly. Do you hate? Amidst the shrieking, there came howling and snarling. The white-clothed man called out sharply. What's the use in screaming? Answer me! Do you hate? The battlefield's air began to echo with innumerable voices of resentment and agony. I hate. Kill. I want to kill them. The white-clothed man opened his arms towards them and extended both hands. Come to my side. He then made this vow, saying the words slowly and clearly. I promise the people of Yong'an shall never know peace. The shrieking, the howling, the snarling, it shook the ground and crushed the heavens. The souls of the dead had answered him. Fallen Shanla's soldiers mingled with those who had died from human face disease, and in that sky, choked by black mist, they took shape. The old cultivator witnessed the whole thing from afar in terror. This is... In an instant, only 3 words appeared in his mind. White-clothed Calamity. Title drop for the arc, I guess. Oh my god, Oh my god. Suddenly, the white-clothed man heard a young man's voice. Oh my god, is this what I think? Your Highness. He looked back, only to find that a black-clad young man was already standing there. And then the young man bowed his head and bent one knee to the ground. And that was the end of the chapter. That is such a cliffhanger, because that was such an exciting turn of events, because that's totally... It's him, isn't it? What the fuck? Hwatong, what are you doing here? What is going on? This is taking turns that I guess I should have anticipated, and I guess I was anticipating in the back of my mind, but holy fucking shit. What does this mean? What does this mean? I mean, Shulian taking up the mantle of Bai Wuxiang, becoming Bai Wuxiang, and now intending to inflict human face disease on Yong'an. That all makes a lot of sense, and that, like, it fits with all the different theories that I had floating around in there, and with what was said to him by Bai Wuxiang in Mount Zhonglu. But Hwatong? That is Hwatong, right? Why? How? When? What? Hwatong is here. Huachang is here. Wait, what? Really? I am so confused. Is this like, will Sholian remember that Huachang was there? Will Sholian now remember that Huachang was there? Is this like a memory that has been lost to him? Something like that? Because Huachang is here. And he is kneeling. He's obviously... Oh my god. Like Huachang? Huachang is not here to fix him, surely. Surely not. He's kneeling. He's like... He's pledging fealty, right? He's like... What's up? I am a very powerful Wrath ghost now. Do with me as your highness pleases. Like, surely. I mean, I guess he could try to save him, I suppose. Like, try to remind him that this is not you. But I don't know. I don't understand. Like it feels very not Huachang to do that. But that could be the way we're spinning this. I don't know yet. I'm just trying to cover my bases here. Like, there are a lot of ways this could go. But this Wrath Huachang, who saw the people of basically Yong'an, I mean, they are the new people of Yong'an, do all of this to Sholian. He would want to kill those fuckers. He's already gotten 100. What is 100,000 more? What is a million more? Okay, I'm messing around a little bit now, but I am so excited to see what he's gonna say now. I had no idea that Huachang would be here like that. And I guess I should have known the moment he took form that he's no longer a ghost fire, that he's no longer crying. Should I give him like angry eyebrows? I should give him angry eyebrows. That would be kind of cute. Or I don't know how angry he is, but he is anguished at least. So let's put a pin in that for now. See what we'll do. But yeah, we have 60 pages left to go of volume 6, so let's take a little bit of snack break and I will be right back with you. I guess we're ready then. And hey, I guess I was kind of right in my Sholian is by Wuxiang estimates from like way back when. Didn't expect that to pan out. I'm just joking, I did expect it to pan out, but not in this way. In that, Bai Wuxiang is indeed his own character, and this is Sholian cosplaying. That's what we're gonna call it. This is the Sholian cosplaying era, where he's trying to be a Bai Wuxiang, but as we know, he will not succeed. But to what degree he fails, I suppose we have yet to find out. I think I'm gonna do you guys and myself a favor and not talk about his parents dying and that whole scene. Except it came as expected, and the motivations are also as expected. And holy shit, I feel so sorry for him. And I can see how his grief is also inflicting a lot of damage here and also helping him make these choices. Definitely motivating them. What else does he have left now? And how he comes out on the other side, doing what he does in... I mean, we know he'll ascend. We know he'll ascend and that he'll regret everything that leads up to this ascension. And that is kind of where we're going now. Whatever happens here is going to lead to Sholian's ascension, not to his fall into calamityhood. And once he's banished again, he's just wandering the earth, right? He's wandering the world, doing these things, learning to live, and failing a lot, but still living, still learning, and becoming the Sholian that we meet 800 years later. I'm gonna close my windows. There's a lot of kids outside right now, and they don't need to hear this. We don't need to corrupt them this early on. Phew, we've saved the children from genocidal thoughts. Now let's see what's gonna end up saving the people of Yong'an. / not saving them. Will some people die? We're gonna have to see, huh? Let's do this. Let's get into chapter 102. White-clothed ghost appoints black warrior as general. Excuse me? I mean, the white-clothed ghost right now is apparently Sholian. But this black warrior, is that going to be this young man? Is that going to be, Huachang? What is going on here? What is going on here? Or is this did Bai Wuxiang, do this behind the scenes, kind of? Like, he was aware of Hua Chang's rebirth into a wrath, right? So, I have no idea, and I am so excited to find out. Let's roll with it. Based on his voice and physique, he was determined to be a young man. He was dressed in neat and orderly warrior gear, his physique tall and slender. Like new, fresh bamboo, he had an aura of the innocence of youth. Robes as black as ink, hair as black as ink, tied high. In a ponytail. Like San Long. Oh my fucking god. I mean, ponytail is literally the way most people here wear their hair, but I'm like zoomed in to him. From his waist hung a saber, long and slim. Oh my god. Oh my god. He took up the saber after Sholian gave him that compliment slash instruction, I suppose. And here he is with a saber. Is it erming yet? It's not erming yet, right? We'll see. We'll wait and see. He raised his head slowly, and upon his face there was a snow-white mask painted with a crescent-eyed smile. He's wearing a mask too, with a crescent-eyed smile. Ball after ball of black mist took shape amidst all the hissing and wailing, which were all sucked cleanly into the array within the white-clothed man's Qing sleeve. It was like he took an entire river into a small jade bottle. As for the young man, he remained steady and still within the chaotic black whirlwind. "Who were you calling?" the white-clothed man asked. The black-clad young man was still down on one knee. The pose was one of servile submission, but also of swearing an oath. "I was calling you, your Royal Highness." "I am not your Royal Highness," the white-clothed man said coldly. "You are," the black-clad young man replied. "I would never forget your voice or your form." "I am sure you wouldn't." The white-clothed man's voice was now laced with anger. "I told you, I'm not him." The white-clothed man was naturally Sholian, who had donned the funeral garb and put on the cry-smiling mask. No one could recognize him with his face hidden behind the mask, and he didn't want to be recognized. And yet, on this battlefield, a wandering, black-clad warrior had identified him straight away. Suddenly, the white silk band, wrapped inside Sholian's expansive sleeve, lunged like a viper at the black-clad young man. Although it looked like soft white cloth at first glance, it was savage when it attacked, and its evil chi burst forth. But just as the black-clad young man was about to be wrapped and bound, he reached out and firmly caught the white silk band. One end of the white silk band was wrapped around Sholian's wrist, and the other was caught around the wrist of this black-clad young man. The silk band was gradually pulling itself taut. It was trying to break away, but the black-clad young man had a tight hold on it, like he was squeezing a venomous snake at its fatal point. Yeah, Sanlang had some practice with Roya, and therefore the Banyu snakes were nothing to him. Oh my god, but this is demonstrating his power level. He is a Roth now. He's been a Roth for 2 months. What's he been up to, though? What's he been around doing? I don't know. It's very hard to say. Was he still observing Sholian, or was he forced to stay away because of Bai Wuxiang? Or is he here because of Bai Wuxiang? Like, I don't know that yet. Chilling chi flowed endlessly from his hand. There was no doubt that this was the soul of the dead, and it was an extremely powerful one. Sholian could tell that the strength passing through the white band was not to be underestimated. "What is your name?" He remained silent for a moment. Then the black-clad young man replied, "I do not have a name." "Do not have a name, you fucking liar. You gave him your name before. Why are we doing this? What are we doing, Watchang? What are we doing?" "Okay, you'll get a name. You'll get a name. You'll get your Watchang name soon enough." Sholian didn't push further. "No name would make you WUMING." Hold on. WUMING. WUMING means nameless, by the way, says the footnote, but oh shit! Oh my lord! I'm so dumb! Oh my lord! This is it. Guys, this is it. Are you for real? This is it. This is the one. This is the character. This is the... WUMING. Okay, look. This is, if you haven't been paying attention, this is the solution to the mystery, to the blind box mystery. It's WUMING. I recognize the name now that I'm reading it and hearing it again. It's WUMING. WUMING. It's not fucking Bai Wuxiang. It's not the Crown Prince of Wu Yang. This is... It's not even John Woo. This is WUMING. Who's Huachang? Are you... Oh, everything makes so much sense. Does that mean that I've unlocked it? Have I unlocked the final blind box? You guys have better send me the results. You better send me the pictures because holy shit, this is it. This is it. WUMING means no name. WUMING. No name would make you WUMING. Julian says. You may call me whatever you desire, WUMING said. Are you a soul of this battlefield's dead? I am. Only then did Julian slacken his attack. The white silk band instantly leapt back to Julian, swaying at WUMING to show off its might from afar, like it was lashing a venomous tongue. Oh my god. Roy has just been born and is already made to cower before WUMING. He's also just been born. He's a bit older than you, Roya. You're like a baby. This is a toddler now. But also, he says he is the soul of this battlefield's dead. Is he? Is he though? Is this the battlefield that they were nearby, where skirmish is still happening here? I mean, I suppose yes, because the Shanli capital would be the last place to hold a stronghold at all. I mean, there would have been like other places that could have happened, but we know he died on a battlefield. Was it this battlefield? Okay. That still makes sense. My theory still holds up. If he was a soul who had died in battle, no wonder he had heeded Julian's call. This black-clad warrior must have also been filled with resentment toward the people of Yong'an. In other words, he could be used because their objective was the same. Thus, Julian said. Then follow me. He extended his hand to WUMING. I will give you what you want. Will you now? I mean, Julian, what he wants is... It's a bit nicer than whatever you think he wants. But you're kind of not wrong. Kind of. But also very wrong. But is this like, are we getting Hualien LARPing as a villain duo? Is that what's happening? Is this Julian's villain era and Huachang is just joining him? This is kind of funny. Let's keep going. WUMING's face was also hidden behind a mask, so his expression couldn't be seen. They were indeed the same. After a moment of silence, he grasped Julian's extended hand with conviction, bowed his head deeply, and pressed his cold forehead to the back of Julian's fingers. A long moment later, he vowed sincerely. I swear to die following your highness. This is so tragic, but also he's touching Julian's hand. He's touching Julian's hand. He's been unable to touch him while in his ghost fire form for so long now, and now he's touching his hand. I'm so... Am I supposed to think this is romantic? This is, we're trying to focus on the situation here where we're being evil together. Or well, we'll see. We'll see how it ends. Julian, however, pulled back his hand and tucked his arms into his sleeves. He turned around and said coolly, You're already dead. Come. WUMING rose to his feet, and when Julian looked back, he discovered that the young man was much bigger than he had expected. He was probably only around 16 or 17 years old, but was enormously tall already. Okay, we're getting a new estimate now, but then again, like, who fucking knows? He's wearing a mask. Hua Chang might look older because he dresses more finely and more, like, and has this air of being older. I don't know, maybe he did die at, like, 17, like Julian, which in its own right is quite poetic. But he was enormously tall already. He was even a bit taller than Julian. That was unimportant, though. And Julian only took a glance before turning back around and continuing onward. That was unimportant, but you still noticed, Julian. You still noticed. Julian, you've always you've always been noticing stuff about this guy. And just saying, it's one of the things you notice about Sanlang too, his long fucking legs. Julian took the lead, and the nameless black-clad warrior followed right behind as expected. Your Highness, where do you want to go? Julian gazed into the distance. The Palace of Yong'an. Oh my god, and we have art. And we have art. Ah! Oh, this is cute. This is so good. Why am I, like, this is supposed to be like, depressive era, Julian, we are going full dark side mode, but I'm like, I'm obsessed with this. I'm obsessed with them, like, dressing up and being like, oh, we are the evil ghosts now. But actually just being super romantic, hand-holding, forehead touching. Ah, Julian just playing cold. Julian just playing cold. Like, I know he is being cold. He feels very serious about this. But this is like, this is not what I expected to happen, and I am so here for it. Ah. Okay, let's focus. Oh my god, WUMING, you're so cute. What the heck? What the heck? I need a picture of this so I can print it and put it on the Hua Chang set. The Palace of Yong'an sat in a large city to the west. It was once a flourishing city in its own right, but it had been overshadowed by the imperial city of Shanla in the east. Now that Shanla had fallen, the new king had moved the capital here. It wouldn't be long before it overtook the old imperial city, basking in its newfound glory. Julian arrived at the new imperial city deep in the night. Beneath the moonlight, he was like a white cat soundlessly flying across the ridges of the densely packed rooftops, and WUMING was like a black spirit fox following closely behind. Yeah, fox spirit, holy shit. We heard about that. Soon, the two shadows landed before a large gate. Julian sensed something amiss. There was faintly ominous air surrounding the gate, and he paused. He was about to reach out to check it when WUMING stepped in front of him. The black-clad man extended an open palm and said quietly, "Break." A line of firelight leaked from around the edges of the doors as if something had been burnt away. Only after that did WUMING reach out and push the gate open. Your Highness. Oh my gosh, the chivalry. I'm gonna break the spell on this door and then just open it and be like, Your Highness. Welcome inside. This is literally the same thing he does with the Ghost Groom arc as well. Stepping on that skull, breaking the array, and he's like, here's the temple you're looking for. Who said chivalry is dead? Oh, wait. I guess. Julian crossed the threshold and looked at the ground. Just as he expected, there were some burnt shreds scattered there. Julian picked a bit of it up to inspect, and he smelled the scent of herbs and talisman paper. He stole a glance at WUMING. This ghost was indeed formidable. These were the burnt remnants of charms, which obviously indicated there was someone on the other side of the doors who had woven a defense spell, a strong one. If ordinary little minions tried to intrude or break the array, their innards would have burnt to ashes. Yet it only took this black-clad warrior an instant to destroy it completely. Perhaps because it was newly erected. The Palace of Yong'an wasn't extraordinarily magnificent. It was even a little shabby. It couldn't be compared to the Palace of Shanla. But that wasn't the strange part. The truly strange thing about this building was the massive number of evil warding traps and defense arrays set up throughout the palace. To me, it makes sense, because the king is Lang Ying, right? And Lang Ying had a deal with Bai Wuxiang. Now he's king. And I don't know what Bai Wuxiang and his deals is right now, but I would be scared of ghosts after all of that. And maybe he's even scared of Sholian. If the prince died and comes back for vengeance or something, I don't know. But knowing what resentful spirits can do, I would be scared as well. Still, every time Sholian noticed something blocking the way ahead, WUMING would immediately step forward and break through the obstacle to clear the path for him. In the end, his journey was entirely unimpeded. An hour later, 2 tall, slender shadows kept watch from the roof ridge of the Palace Vyongan's large great hall. They both wore masks. Their white-clothed man's expansive sleeves fluttered, and a white silk band wrapped around his arm danced madly in the wind. The black-clad man was sleek and agile, and wore a long saber at his waist. He kept guard at the white-clothed man's side, gazing in the same direction he did. This scene under the moonlight was somehow at once dangerous, uncanny, and beautifully harmonious. I'm fucking eating this up. I love this so much. I can't. Sholian, how do you not remember this? Do you not remember this? Surely you do, and after this, surely you will, and you must know. You must know it's him. It's him. Oh my god. The newly crowned king of Yong'an was inside this great hall. Sholian snorted. He set up so many obstacles in this palace to ward off evil. It seems he is quite scared that something will come knocking, huh? Your Highness, I will open a path, WUMING said. However, Sholian stopped him. No need, I'll do it myself. Then he leapt down like a white blossom, blown off the tip of a branch by a breeze, and landed soundlessly before the palace hall. Just as he was about to push open the gates, he heard a baby wailing from within. Lang Ying didn't have any consorts, and his son had died a long time ago. Where had this baby come from? Sholian didn't care, though. Never mind the baby, he wouldn't be afraid if an army of millions was hidden inside. He raised his leg and kicked open the palace door. Strangely, there was only one person within the great hall. There was not a single other soul present, and certainly no baby. When the lone person saw who had arrived, he raised his head. You've come. I've been searching for you. The one within the palace was Lang Ying. Oh my lord. Confrontation. What's gonna happen? Are you gonna kill him? All the 2 of you, some are going to kill him. But he's king. So, but is he protected from, like, ghosts? I don't know. I honestly don't know how that mechanic works in this case, and we're just gonna have to read on and figure it out. Although he was now an esteemed king, he wasn't dressed in lavish robes, and he sat woodenly upon the throne. Sholian was puzzled for a moment at his reaction, but then he realized he was wearing a mask and funeral garb. Lang Ying had taken him for a white no-face, and searching for him. There were arrays set up within the palace hall as well, and when Sholian crossed the threshold, he could sense something blocking him from approaching further. However, it only took putting a little more force into his steps for him to easily walk forward into the hall. The sound of something shattering rang out. Oh, but how are these arrays stopping Sholian? Because Sholian, I mean, I guess he's, like, not really immortal, but he's still immortal, right? He's not... Or is he? Is this whole thing coming back, the thing I've been theorizing about, like, him kind of taking on characteristics of both a god, immortal, and a ghost, you know? Night and the chill of winter came pouring in from outside the palace hall, filling Sholian's sleeves with wild winds. Why were you searching for me? He asked gloomily. When he heard Sholian's voice, Lang Ying's expression changed slightly. It's you. Oh, Lang Ying recognizes it's Sholian. Oh gosh. Sholian approached slowly, his snow-white boots advancing across the icy stone floor step by step. It is I. Lang Ying, a brutish commoner, had led an army and destroyed Shanle. With the kingly aura surrounding his body, ordinary evil couldn't come close to him. However, Sholian had brought with him millions of souls of the battlefield's dead. He refused to believe that Lang Ying would be able to defend himself against so many ghosts that bore him such powerful resentment. The vengeful spirits were agitated and impatient, ready to break free and seize the fresh, new flesh of their enemy as they host. It was impossible for anyone not to have heard their roiling, but Lang Ying didn't look particularly alarmed. You've come to kill me. Sholian didn't answer. In the blink of an eye, he appeared right in front of Lang Ying and grabbed him by the hair, yanking him down and pressing him to the ground. Success. Under the cry-smiling mask, Sholian's lips unconsciously curled upward. He knew it. He knew it. He could now defeat Lang Ying. His heavenly official status had once restricted Sholian and made him powerless before this man with a king's fortune, but now Sholian was stripped of such bondage, had thrown away his godly state, and he could finally defeat Lang Ying. Sholian's heart was pounding, and he was just about to move on to the next step when his face dropped abruptly. What's that sound? He heard a tiny baby's cry again, but there was clearly no baby within the great hall. He listened again. This wasn't right. The crying was coming from Lang Ying, who was currently subdued under his hand, or more accurately, it was coming from somewhere on Lang Ying's body. What? What do you mean? Lang Ying already has human face disease? Sholian ripped off Lang Ying's robe, and his eyes widened. He jumped to his feet. What is this? Lang Ying slowly rolled over and sat up. Don't be scared. His words weren't directed at Sholian, but to the thing attached to his body. There were two distinct faces growing on Lang Ying's chest like protruding tumors. Each one was about the same size as a normal human's face. The larger face was elegant and beautiful and easily identifiable as a woman. The smaller face was slightly scrunched up like a baby's. The halting cries had been coming from the baby's mouth. Human face disease. And that's his family, right? That's gotta be his son and his wife. So I'm guessing, because we know that his son was used for this whole curse. So he inflicted it upon himself as well. Why? How? What's the mechanism here? And is that gonna be relevant to what we're doing next about this whole revenge plan, I suppose? So human face disease. Sholian was dumbfounded. How did you get infected with human face disease? This isn't human face disease, Lang Ying said. How is it not? What is it then? Sholian exclaimed. This is my wife and my son, Lang Ying exclaimed. They're not a disease. They are not a disease. Sorry, I have no respect for Lang Ying anymore after he launched his little campaign alongside by Wu Xiang. Like, I understand so much of his pain and whatever, but it's a little bit like what the street performer was saying. Murder is still murder, and in this case, okay, but teaming up with a evil ghost like that? So honestly, I have no respect for this guy. I understand his pain, and at the very beginning I was so sympathetic, but oh my god, the thing, And then to like condemn, like basically what he's done is condemn the souls of his own people, the Yong'an people who died in the drought, to become these faces upon other people's bodies, and it's that's a terrible fate as well. Either way, His voice was soft as he raised his hands to gently caress the two faces on his body, truly looking like a husband and father soothing his wife and child. However, the two faces couldn't even open their eyes. They could only open their mouths to cry and sob. They had the shape of humans, but they were not human at all. A moment later, Longing looked up. "Where's White No-Face? He said my wife would return if I did this, but it's been so long now. He's lied. He's lied to your fucking face. Oh my god. Okay, I see. You dum-dum." I'm still sorry for him, but oh my lord. How come she still can't talk? What's going on? Tell him to come find me, quick. Hearing this, Shirley-Ann understood. You let White No-Face plant the vengeful spirits of your wife and son on your body. So that was it. All the spells and arrays in the palace weren't to impede intruders from outside, but to prevent the escape of the things hiding within. Longing, who had already become king, was using his own flesh and blood to secretly raise these two vengeful spirits. Shirley-Ann had come to seek vengeance, yet who could have guessed that he wouldn't need to do anything. Longing had already infected himself with human face disease. These two faces must have been on his body for a long time now. They had grown tiny, deformed arms and legs that drooped heavily off him in a disturbing display. Moreover, they had already sucked their host dry. Longing's ribs were abnormally visible. His gut was shrunken in, and his skin was wax yellow. He looked wan and sallow, like he didn't have much longer to live. He was no longer the same brave, fierce warrior he'd been on the battlefield. Wait, so if Longing didn't have any heirs, then I suppose it's, I guess the current royal family of Yong'an, well, they're not, Yong'an is not no more, but the royal family of Yong'an from which Lang Chen-Sho came, I guess they weren't the same, or maybe he's like a relative, like on the side of Lang Ying, like not his direct descendants, you know? It seemed he hadn't been living well despite winning the war and becoming a king, but Shirley-Ann didn't feel gratified at all, and he seized Lang Ying. "What kind of joke is this?" he exclaimed angrily. He didn't even get the chance to take his enemy's life. His enemy was about to die on his own. What the hell? What should he do now? Something tumbled off Lang Ying as Shirley-Ann grabbed him. It shimmered and glinted red as it bounced and rolled away. Lang Ying clutched Shirley-Ann's hands. Even such a simple gesture seemed quite difficult for him. "Pearl, that pearl," he panted. Shirley-Ann looked over. Rolling on the floor was the red coral pearl he had once given Lang Ying. "I've always wanted to say this to you. Thank you for the pearl," Lang Ying said. Hearing this surprised Shirley-Ann. He never expected Lang Ying to say that so suddenly. Something within his heart was about to be unburied, and he forced it down. Things would have been better if you'd given it to me sooner, although," Lang Ying said softly. "Too bad." Before he finished, the body in Shirley-Ann's grip slackened. Lang Ying died just like that, his eyes still wide open. Shirley-Ann hadn't had the chance to react before WUMING said, "Your Highness, he's dead." "Dead?" Shirley-Ann wondered. He looked down, and Lang Ying's eyes were already going dull. He really had died. "How is he just dead?" Shirley-Ann mumbled. He hadn't done anything to Lang Ying yet. How could he be dead? And now that he thought about it, Lang Ying had died fairly fulfilled and happy. His revenge against Shan Le was complete, and with his family so close at hand, he was prepared to immediately reunite with them in the underworld. He had suffered enough torment in the world of the living, so death was likely a form of release, an end to it. But Julian was left with nothing to avenge himself upon. His chest was filled with grievance and indignation, and in the end, they coalesced into a single emotion. Hate. How despicable. How absolutely despicable. Lang Ying had stopped moving, but the two faces on his chest seemed to know that their host was dead and suddenly started to cry. The noise was piercing, worse than the sound of nails scratching on gold and silver plates. Julian was already going mad from fury. He pulled out a black sword, ready to strike and shut him up, when WUMING swiftly drew his saber. The saber's light flashed past him, and Lang Ying's corpse was instantly chopped to pieces. Tens of pieces, hundreds of pieces, flesh and blood spattered everywhere. Hot damn, Roger. Holy shit. Julian hadn't even moved before he was overtaken. Who told you to do that? He questioned coldly. There was no need to dirty your highness's hands, WUMING replied. Just then, urgent footsteps sounded outside the door. Uncle! A young boy's voice called. Okay, here we go. Nephew. His nephew becomes the next lineage of Lang. Okay, got it. Whew. Julian turned around and saw that the doors of the palace hall were wide open. A boy, 10 or so years old, was standing there and gazing at the scene in front of him. His face had been full of smiles at first, but they turned to shock when he entered and saw the gore covering the floor. Julian was unmoved. Who are you? The boy started. Then his gaze fell upon the chunks of dead body all around the room. Uncle! More people began calling to him from outside. Your Royal Highness, don't run off! The king said you can't run around in the palace. Please don't make things difficult for me in the middle of the night. Royal Highness? Lang Ying's son was dead, and this boy had called him uncle, so he must be one Lang Ying had named Crown Prince of Yong'an. The reality of the situation seemed to have dawned on the young Crown Prince, and he cried out in terror. Ghosts! There are ghosts! Somebody! He hadn't screamed for more than a few words before WUMING struck him in the neck. The Crown Prince of Yong'an lost consciousness and fell into the blood pooling on the floor. However, his screams had already reached those outside, and the commotion began to rise. What? Did you hear that? Gods! Gods! Julian's eyes flickered, and WUMING inclined his head, indicating he would take care of it. He flashed away. In an instant, all the noise outside was choked off. Exiting the great hall, Julian saw many guards strewn about on the ground. WUMING stood at the center of the falling crowd, his thin, delicate saber dripping with blood. He had finished them all with a single strike. More noise came from far in the distance, and a new batch of guards arrived amidst the shouts of "Protect the king" and "Protect his highness." Julian coldly turned around and ignored them completely. Sure enough, less than a second later, those voices vanished completely, cut down like a harvest faced with a scythe. Soon after, WUMING silently caught up to him. Julian inclined his head. Burn the palace. WUMING bowed his head. Yes, sir. Roaring flames blazed to the sky. Two tall, slender figures stood before the raging fire. Their shadows on the ground writhed and contorted ceaselessly, pulling and twisting, changing shape. The attendants within the palace of Yong'an were jolted awake by the havoc, and the air was choked by cries and curses of those putting out the fires and those making their escape. It was very much the same scene as when the palace of Shanle had been set ablaze. Your Highness, what do you want to do next? The black-clad warrior asked. To longer obey, the white-clothed man said in a chilly voice. Oh my fucking god. There's so much murder happening here. And watching, I was about to say, WUMING is taking care of it all. Oh my god. He's doing the murdering so that Julian doesn't have to do the murdering. Is the thing. Our chivalrous little ghost. Yeah, this ghost fire literally grew hands and legs, and he's all like, let me open that door for you. Let me slaughter that man for you. Let me, your highness. And honestly, I'm here for it. Do all these people deserve to die? I guess not. We didn't kill the kid, at least. And I'm starting to see why Julian might have regretted this whole spiel of his. Even Lang Ying dying wasn't satisfying exactly, but at least we know how, why, and so on. Bai Wuxiang lied to him. He lied to him to get him on his side, to get him to do what he needed him to do, and yeah, that's the summary of it. What a way to go! Passing so peacefully, but with the vengeful spirits created by his wife and child. Oh my lord, just attached to his body. Sickening. Absolutely sickening. But hey, WUMING took care of it. And then some. Yeah, I'm not trying to have any moral high ground here, really. I'm kind of just like, I'm just enjoying their dynamic more than I am like taking in everything else that's happening. But I guess that was the end of Lang Ying. Got that squared away. And it's kind of nice to know that it's not his direct like bloodline that became Yong'an. I kind of like it that it's his nephew, because that means Lang Zhenzhuo is not directly the descendant of Lang Ying, and that feels better to me personally. I like that little boy. Anyway, let's move on. Before the kingdom of Shanle fell, Julian had visited Long-Erbay countless times. Every time he went, it was to create rain, to save the people. His body and heart were always exhausted, his steps leaden. This time, he was visiting for a completely different reason, and his body was light. Having survived the drought and gained the support of the new king, Long-Erbay had been revived, lively and bustling. Streets and alleys were busy and joyful, the people cheerful and happy. It was a complete reversal from the misery of years ago. Only one place was still as miserable as before, and that was the temple of the Crown Prince of Shanle. No one would come to a broken-down temple of the Crown Prince, so Julian chose it as his place to rest. Right now, he was meditating within the hall. The vengeful spirits should have quickly found a host in Lang Ying, the target of Julian's revenge. Yet, because he was already dead, they still struggled in agony, wailing and screeching relentlessly at Julian. Frowning, Julian waved them away with his eyes closed. Just wait, don't be impatient. I will allow all of you to find release. Just then, a voice called out. Your Highness. Julian opened his eyes. He saw WUMING before him, one knee on the ground. What, so you can suck his... Sorry, I'll be serious. No intrusive thoughts here. We're not writing fanfiction right now. Wow. I'm revived. That first chapter was such a pain to read, and now I'm here like, oh, a bit of murder there, a bit of slashing there, a bit of scattering this body all around the room, giving this little child some trauma. Just a date. Just evil quality out on a date, I guess. Yeah, I don't know what's up with me. I'm enjoying this far too much. Maybe I should be concerned with myself. This is so fun. But also, we have a bit of a thing now in that Julian had a plan. His plan was to unleash human face disease using Lang Ying as a host, but then he comes to Lang Ying and he dead. He dies. And it's unsatisfactory, and now he has all these evil spirits, or, vengeful spirits with him that are ready to unleash some human face disease, and he is promising them a host, or at least promising them a release. So, what now? He's in Long-Erbay, which is where Lang Ying came from. Is this where he is going to extract his revenge? Is that the whole thing? Like, he's like, well, if I can't get Lang Ying, I'm gonna go to where Lang Ying came from. But here's another thing. Long-Erbay, guys. Long-Erbay. They survived the drought. They survived. And they got the support of the new king, but like now they're thriving. And here's the thing. This was a natural disaster, and yes, we know that in the Chandler era, the relief aid was, being corrupted away and such, but this only goes to prove that so Longyear Bay could have been saved if given time and the right measures. If given time and the right measures, and honestly, what Julian did, his bringing the rain, might have actually helped with that. Things turned around. This place is so lively now. And isn't that just great, you know? Like, maybe we couldn't have saved Long Ying and his family, but given the time and the right effort, this place could have been saved. Yes, people would suffer and die. This has been a tragedy, and it would have been a tragedy. And I am still sure that Chandler would have steadily been continuing to decline, especially after the ascension of the Crown Prince. But for my fixed heart, that there is a lot you could do with this. Like, I'm sure the fanfiction authors are already on this, right? But now we're here in the bustling, lovely Longyear Bay. It is a lovely day in Longyear Bay, and you are a horrible calamity. Goodness me, Julian, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? And then we have WUMING. Oh my god, fucking WUMING. He is so cute. He is so cute. Look at him. Look at my baby. He is so adorable. I love him. I love my murderous little ghost. Hold on. Remember these? Holy shit, I have WUMING right here. Ta-da! Yeah, that's almost him, right? We just need it to be more smiley. I'll make him another one later, maybe. Maybe I'll print out his picture because he's so cute. He's so cute. He's adorable, Julian! Is he not shaking like every sleeping gay bone in your little body? Wake up, he's perfect, Julian. Yeah, honestly, I'm not even theorizing anything. I'm just here along for the ride at this point, and I'm loving it so much. So without any further ado, let us read chapter 103. Nameless ghost offers a nameless flower. Are you... Mommy! Are you gonna give him a flower? Like, taking him on a murder date wasn't enough. You're gonna give him a flower. You're gonna give him flowers. I'm enjoying this a little bit too much. Julian's mind was still deeply mired in the screaming of the vengeful spirits, and he couldn't quite regain himself for the moment. Shaken, his face was drenched with cold sweat underneath the mask. Don't address me by that title, he responded, still distracted. Every time someone addressed him like that, it was as if they were trying to remind him of something. It made him particularly irritated, and each instance jolted his heart. However, WUMING said, Your Highness will forever be Your Highness. You're so right, WUMING, you're so right. Julian looked over. He couldn't see WUMING's face, of course, just the smiling mask, and when WUMING gazed at him, he also could only see a ghastly, white, cry-smiling mask. If you keep calling me by that title, I'll disperse your soul, Julian said coldly. Don't think yourself to be so strong. WUMING bowed his head and did not speak. Your Highness, you're kinda hot when you're mad. Julian calmed himself. Go search the area around Longyear Bay and find the best location to set up an array. Yes, sir, WUMING replied. Julian closed his eyes, paused, and then opened them again. He gazed at the black-clad warrior, frowning. Why are you still here? The location is settled, WUMING replied. What about the time? Oh my gosh, he's so efficient. He's so efficient. he's already done it. Time? The souls of the dead cannot wait any longer. We must find a subject to cast soon, without delay. They truly couldn't delay for long. After some silence, Julian said, 3 days. Why 3 days? WUMING asked. For some reason, Julian got easily agitated whenever he conversed with WUMING. Why? Because he shakes your heart? I gotta stop. I really had to stop. In 3 days, it will be the full moon. Unleashing the spirits at that time will increase the plague's power significantly. You ask too many questions, just go. WUMING nodded and stood down without another word. Julian closed his eyes again and covered his forehead with his hand, hoping to relieve this round of headaches. Just then, he heard a cold, mocking chuckle from behind him. Oh my gosh, is this by Wuxiang? That familiar mocking laughter froze Sholian's blood solid. He whirled around, and sure enough, behind him sat a snow-white figure in a Christ-smiling mask. His hands were tucked inside the expansive sleeves of his funeral garb, and he was watching Sholian from the Alta. White, no face. Sholian drew his sword and lunged. White No Face caught the point of the blade between two fingers, sighing as he did. Just as I thought, this appearance suits you very well. Oh my god, you little shit. Wearing their masks, the two of them looked identical from head to toe. No one but the two men themselves could have differentiated one from the other as they clashed in a whirl of white. Yeah. And also, I think that is why this Hongjing is going to be important after Sholian gets out of Mount Tonglu, I guess. White No Face easily evaded all of Sholian's strikes, and as he did, he asked, "Your Highness, you buried your parents in such deserted, foreign soil. Didn't you think that might wrong their memory?" Sholian's heart sank. "You touched my mother and father's bodies? Did you desecrate their corpses?" "No, just the opposite," White No Face said. "I helped you give them a proper, solemn burial." Sholian was taken aback, and so am I. "I helped you by carrying them to the Chandler Royal Mausoleum, and I even dressed them in a pair of rare, exquisite robes that will prevent them from rotting for thousands of years." White No Face added, "The next time you visit them, you will still be able to see the same faces you knew from when they were alive." Honestly, now that I know that the clothes that kept Sholian's mother like that came from fucking Bai Wuxiang, Sholian, is it not a relief? Is it not a relief that she got to, turn to dust the way a human is supposed to? Why would you keep her around like that in this case? Holy shit, I wouldn't. Oh my lord. You know what? You do you, Sholian. I understand your grief from back then. Don't worry about that part, but from Bai Wuxiang? Oh my god. He then told Sholian the location of the royal mausoleum and how to enter. This should have been something the king and state preceptor told Sholian, but before they were able, they had both either died or disappeared. How the fuck does he know then? What the heck? Sholian was stunned and suspicious. "Why do you know how to enter the royal mausoleum?" White No Face smiled. "I know everything about your highness." "You don't know shit," Sholian hissed. He still wasn't used to spitting such vulgar words from his lips. As if White No Face had seen through him, he looked Sholian up and down and said, gently, "Don't worry, it's all right. From now on, there will no longer be anything that can hold you back. There won't be anyone to hold unnecessary expectations of you. And there certainly won't be anyone who knows who you are. You're free to do anything you want." His words planted a strange feeling in Sholian. Why had this monster come here today? To express his goodwill? Okay, this line, "You're free to do anything you want because no one will know who you are." Again, he's the Crown Prince of Wuyong. This whole, the mask and everything, that's probably part of what this is about. I don't know if he got his revenge back then, but he certainly got his revenge on heaven, on all the heavenly officials from back then. He must be the reason why heaven was emptied out. I'm just, this is what this feels like. He killed them all. No one knows who you are. You can do whatever you want. Through this new identity of the white-clothed Calamity. Yeah, holy shit. Although the very idea seemed absurd, Sholian's instincts told him that it was true. Providing his parents with a proper burial, trying to console him, it all came from this intent to show goodwill. Oh my lord. Yeah, it's part of the manipulation, Sholian. That's what it's called. That must mean he was very, very happy. Happier than any other time Sholian had met him. It was like he was exceptionally delighted to see Sholian like this, and it was making him unconsciously gentler and kinder. That kindness actually made Sholian feel a flash of gratitude, one so keen that it might have brought him to tears. But that was drowned out by overwhelming disgust. Don't be so happy so soon, Shulian said frostily. I still want to allow a creature like you to remain in the world. Once I wiped Young'un from the map, I will come for you. You'd best prepare yourself. White No Face opened his arms wide and shrugged. I happily welcome you with open arms. Even if you come intending to kill me, I will still be here waiting for you. When you truly become strong enough to defeat me, you will be able to take up my mantle. However, the smile under the mask seemed to fade. Will you actually destroy Young'un? What do you mean? Shulian demanded. You can make your move right now. Why choose to move in 3 days? Are you hesitating now that things have finally come to a head? Could it be that, even with your kingdom destroyed and your family dead, you still don't have the courage to seek revenge? Will I witness another of your highness's failures? The word failure stabbed his ears. Shulian raised his sword and lunged, but he was sent to the ground by one kick from White No Face, and the creature had somehow snatched away the black sword. His gentle tone was now condescending. Do you know how you're acting right now? Shulian grabbed the snow-white boot on his chest, but no matter how hard he pushed, it wouldn't move an inch. He remained firmly pinned down by that foot, trapped on the ground. White No Face leaned down slightly. You're like a sulking child. You don't yet have the resolve. Who says I don't? Shulian cried angrily. Then what are you doing right now? White No Face questioned. Where's your curse? Where are your dead? Your father and mother, your soldiers, your citizens. How truly pitiful that they had such a god thrust upon them. You couldn't protect them while they were alive, and you can't avenge them after their deaths. You useless trash. He put more of his weight onto the foot on Shulian's chest. Tickles of blood began to creep from the edges of Shulian's cry-smiling mask, choked from his lungs. White No Face lowered the hand that gripped the sword, and its black jaded tip prodded against Shulian's throat. As it traced the cursed shackle there, the feeling awakened memories Shulian had pushed down. Would you like me to remind you what it feels like to be pierced by 100 swords? Overwhelming fear made Shulian's breathing hitch. He was too terrified to move. After successfully scaring him, White No Face became amiable again. He withdrew his boot and helped Shulian, who was frozen in terror, to sit upright. White No Face grasped Shulian's chin and pushed it in a specific direction. Come, look. This is what you look like right now. He forced Shulian to view the desecrated divine statue upon the desecrated altar. The flower and sword in the crown prince's statue's hands were gone. It had been burnt by blazing fires, hacked by axes, and pelted by vegetables. Lifted and smashed to the floor. Half of it was burnt black, and there were limbs missing. It was a tragic sight to behold. Who do you have to thank for becoming like that? White No Face asked. Do you think it's me? He was trying to forcefully indoctrinate Shulian again, yeah. New ideas were being poured into his mind, filling him with more and more confusion, more and more doubt. He had even forgotten his anger. What do you want? Why do you cling to me? Shulian wondered, his tone distracted. I've told you, White No Face replied. I've come to guide and educate you. The third thing I will teach you is this. If you cannot save the common people, then destroy them. They will revere you only when you crush them underfoot. When White No Face said those words, Shulian's head suddenly throbbed like it was going to explode. He clutched at it and screamed. It was the vengeful spirits. There were so many, and they were shrieking and wailing inside his mind. Shulian's head hurt so much that he wanted to roll on the ground. White No Face, on the other hand, started laughing. They cannot wait any longer, he cooed gently. If you don't unleash the plague of human face disease within 3 days, if you cannot give them a target to curse, then you will become their target. And you know what will become of you then? Shulian could feel the freezing black sword being stuffed into his hand once again. A voice resounded in his ears. You no longer have the choice to turn back. When the throbbing headache finally faded, Julian dropped his hands and opened his eyes. Inside the broken-down temple of the Crown Prince, he was alone. The white-clothed man, who was his exact likeness, had long since vanished. He didn't know how much time had passed, but night had fallen. It was dim and shadowed inside the temple of the Crown Prince. Julian's heart stuttered when he realized something. 1 day of 3 had already passed. A tiny spot of white seemed to glow within the darkness of the hall. It was strange, and Julian turned to look. But when he got a clear view of what that white spot was, his pupils shrank in shock, though his eyes could not be seen beneath his mask. He snatched up the offending thing and demanded, What is this flower doing here? It was a fresh, delicate little white flower, and it had been placed on the left hand of the scorched, broken divine statue. The contrast between it and the blackened statue made it appear especially pure, like snow, but also especially bleak. It looked like this divine statue had suffered all its injuries to protect the little flower. Julian didn't know why this scene enraged him so keenly. The imagery, the scorched statue that looked like it had suffered to protect the little flower. Ghost, come out, he bellowed. Soon, the saber-wielding, black-clad warrior appeared as expected. He hadn't yet spoken before Julian demanded, What's the meaning of this flower? Who did this? Did you do this? WUMING bowed his head slightly, and his gaze paused for a moment on the flower that seemed crushed to suffocation in Julian's hand. Finally, he said quietly, It wasn't me. Then who could have done it? Julian exclaimed. Why is your highness so angry at seeing this flower? WUMING asked. Julian's face darkened, and he threw the flower to the ground. Pranks like these disgust me. WUMING, however, said, Why would it be a prank? Perhaps your highness has believers here who still offer worship. I can't tell if he's lying, that he's the one who put it there, or if this is true. Oh my god, we have more art. Oh my god. He is so cute. You're getting yelled at. Oh, baby's getting yelled at. Aish. But, is he lying? Or is he telling the truth? And does Julian then actually have believers? What the heck? His words were like a slap to Julian's face, and he turned to WUMING. Are you making fun of me? No, WUMING replied. Then don't say such nonsense. Why would offerings still be here? After a pause, WUMING said. It's not impossible. Julian didn't know what to say. He couldn't take it anymore and snapped at WUMING. That's enough. What are you trying to say? Weren't you a soldier of Shanla? I didn't rouse you from the battlefield to listen to you speak for young An. You just need to heed my command. The flower on the ground pricked his heart and stabbed his eyes. All at once, he felt very wretched and unkempt. Julian charged forward and stomped it under his boot, crushing it like he was venting his fury. Yet after he was done, he felt baffled by his own actions. Why did he throw such a huge fit over such a small flower? Julian rushed out of the temple of the Crown Prince. Only once he felt the cool breeze did he gradually calm down. The black-clad warrior followed him outside. Yeah, why did he throw such a huge fit over such a small flower? It's because it touched you. It's, that meant something. As in, it is stirring, the old parts of Julian, the parts that would have loved this sort of offering. And it's, and if it speaks the truth, if WUMING really didn't place the flower there and someone else did, then he's right. Julian still has believers even after all of this, and that's, wow. That's a big thing to swallow after he's turned to, basically decided to turn to a life of calamityness. He's gonna fail, isn't he? He's gonna fail at this evilness. that he's planning. He's going to turn on Bai Wuxiang, and, well, if he's going to turn and WUMING is going to turn, he is here to do whatever Sholian wants. You've investigated the area. Have you found anything that seems unusual? Sholian asked. No, WUMING replied. Are you sure? Sholian asked. In order to unleash the plague of human face disease, there can't be anything amiss with the time, fortune, or location. I am certain, WUMING replied. Sholian had nothing more to say, so he gazed at the sky. After a moment of silence, WUMING asked, Your Highness, have you decided on the method you will use to unleash the vengeful spirits as pestilence? Yeah, because you're gonna need a host. We're gonna have to find a host, or it's gonna be you. I'm still thinking, Sholian said. He looked down at a black sword hanging from his waist. Millions of vengeful spirits were sealed within the sword, but it could only keep them contained for so long. Suddenly, WUMING said, Your Highness, I have a presumptuous request. Speak. I hope that your Highness might give me the sword and allow me to summon the plague. Like you've just walked through the palace of Yong'an and slaughtered everyone, so Sholian doesn't have to. Oh my god, I see right through you. I see right through you. Sholian turned his head. Why? WUMING watched Sholian intently from behind his mask. My beloved sustained terrible injuries in the war and suffered a fate worse than death. Oh my god. I could only watch helplessly as they suffered in torment and struggled in agony. And, Sholian said, and so I hoped that I could be the one to wield a sword and avenge them. The reason was very plausible. It's not a lie, but Sholian found it hard to trust him somehow. He narrowed his eyes. I find you rather odd, he circled WUMING and commented coolly. Based on what I've seen, you don't seem like an avenger mired in resentment and hatred. Asking this of me, is it really so you can unleash the plague? No, it's so that he can take the burden instead of Sholian. Yeah, he doesn't seem like he's mired in resentment and hatred because he's living his best undead life now, next to Sholian, where he wants to be. Yeah, he's doing this out of his own twisted sort of love, huh? Despite his doubts, he couldn't imagine why else WUMING would request to unleash it. The nameless black-clad warrior bowed his head toward him. Your Highness, I wish for the deaths of Yong'an's people more than anyone, and I wish for them to perish by my hand. If you don't believe me, I can go prove myself to you right now. How do you plan on doing that? Sholian asked. WUMING placed his hand on his saber and began to slowly back up, withdrawing from Sholian's presence and preparing to leave. By his third step back, Sholian suddenly realized what he planned to do. To prove to Sholian that he had a vengeful heart, he was going to kill someone. Stop! Sholian instantly called out. Oh my gosh. And you're stopping him? Sholian, you're so... Sholian is still in there. He is so still in there, and it's showing through the cracks. WUMING stopped. Sholian seized him up critically, then declared with resolve. No, I will unleash them myself. The black-clad warrior bowed his head. Thanks to his mask, it was hard to guess the expression he might be wearing, but Sholian didn't care about anyone's reaction, and he simply turned around. However, before that, there is something I need to do, he said softly. He raised the cold, jade-like black sword. He stared at the sharp blade in his hand, a peculiar glint flashing in his eyes. WUMING noticed that something was off. Your Highness, what are you planning? But WUMING had no chance to stop him before Sholian turned the point of the blade to himself and plunged the black sword into his own abdomen. Sholian, what is going on? I am so confused. We have a little bit of an interlude. The next day on the streets of Long'Erbay. The weather had not been pleasant lately. It was perpetually cloudy and gloomy, with sudden, wild gusts of winds and endless since the rain. For that matter, Yong'an had not been peaceful lately, not one part of it. Apparently, the newly built palace had caught fire, and both the king and the crown prince were reported to be ill enough that they couldn't grant anyone an audience. Everything was chaos. There were ominous signs everywhere. The people were ill at ease and couldn't help but grumble. Only ignorant children continued to play and run around without a care in the world. A blast of gloomy wind swept past, harsh enough to be blinding. Suddenly, a huge explosion echoed from a bustling fork in one of the city's thoroughfares. A man had dropped from the sky. What is going on here? The crowd on the main street was startled by the booming noise, and they all looked toward the sound. On the ground there was a human-faced crater formed from the falling man's impact. Within the hole there was a person lying listlessly flat. His hair was strewn around him, and his body was covered in blood, so much that his white robes looked utterly horrifying. Everyone on the street rushed to crowd around. "Who is it? My heavens, where did he fall from? This guy? Is he dead? I don't think so. I think he's still moving. I can't believe he could survive that. What stuck through his chest? A sword? Shillian? What the fuck is going on? What are you doing? What's with the dramatics?" Once the crowd was close enough, they could see the man's appearance clearly. Although he was disheveled, he was handsome. He had clean features and fair skin. His eyes were gazing unblinkingly toward the sky in a way that was very unlike the living. But he clearly wasn't dead, since he was still breathing. The black sword that had pierced his stomach and penetrated his organs was rising up and down weakly with the movement of his chest. Another person exclaimed in surprise, "Wait, isn't this that Royal Highness the Crown Prince?" Once he mentioned it, everyone else started to recognize him too. "It really is. It's the old Crown Prince, the Crown Prince of Shanda. I saw him once from a distance. Didn't they say the Crown Prince went missing? I heard he ascended. Why is he like this? What's with that sword? Did it really stab him all the way through? Scary. Enough gawking, let me through. Will you all let me through? I've got places to be." The street ended in a fork where the road split into two separate directions. Since the crossing was being blocked by a crowd of people, the carriages that came along couldn't get through. The drivers descended from the vehicles to check things out. It was causing quite a commotion. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Wait, he seems to be saying something." The crowd quieted down. Everyone held their breaths and listened intently, trying to pick up his voice. No one on the outer edges could hear anything. So a moment later, they shouted, "What did he say? Did he tell you what happened?" The ones in the front called back, "No!" "Then what did he say?" "He said, 'Save me!'" "Shillian, what are you doing?" Shillian lay flat on the ground. After those two words, not another sound escaped his lips. The people crowding around him reacted to the statement with varying emotions, expressions, and degrees of puzzlement. A chubby man, who seemed to be a chef, said, "Save him? How do we save him?" Someone took a guess. "He probably meant to ask for help pulling the sword out." The chef looked fairly gutsy and was ready to go and give it a shot. However, he was held back by several hands. Don't, absolutely do not." The chef was confused. "Why not?" "You mustn't. Haven't you heard? Didn't Shamna lose the war?" The bystanders explained. "Why did they lose the war? Because of the human face disease. And why did the plague descend? Because there was a god of misfortune, and it was..." "God of misfortune? Really?" The moment those words were said, any chance of someone recklessly stepping forward was dashed. In an instant, the area around that enormous human-shaped pit was entirely empty of people. After all, no one knew exactly what had happened to the crown prince of the previous dynasty. Was he a god of misfortune? Would they contract that horrifying disease if they came in contact with him? Or would they find themselves mired in bitterly bad luck? Besides, it seemed like he wasn't going to die for the time being, even if they didn't pull the sword out. If he could fall from who knew where and crash so loudly from such a height without dying, then he was beyond human. A moment later, someone said timidly, "Maybe we should report this to the authorities. Didn't they say that His Royal Highness ascended and became a god? What's the use in reporting this to the authorities? Then what should we do? The crowd squabbled amongst themselves, but couldn't come to a decision. In the end, they sent someone to report the incident and promptly washed their hands of any further responsibilities. What exactly is going on here? I am a little confused, I admit. You want to lie there? Well then, just lie there. Let's leave him be. Thus, Julian remained sprawled in the human-shaped pit, watching the curious heads peeking in above him gradually decrease in number until they completely disappeared. The blocked carriages detoured around him, and the children playing in the street were dragged back inside by their parents. Every so often, someone would pass by, but they kept their distance. Julian was expressionless throughout, speaking not a single word more. A water merchant finally couldn't bear the sight any longer, he whispered to his wife as she watched the stall. Is it really all right to leave him like that? Why don't I give him a cup of water? The water merchant's wife hesitated for a moment and scanned her surroundings, then whispered back, Let's not. If he really is the god of misfortune, then who knows what could happen if you got too close? The water merchant was also hesitant and looked around. The other merchants were all staring at him from their stalls, their expressions nervous. It seemed that if he were to approach that pit, they had drawn their own lines and would stay far, far away from him in turn. In the end, he didn't dare step forward and abandon the idea entirely. So what I'm getting here is this piece of dramatics, I suppose, is a bit like Julian has let himself there. This was Julian putting himself there, right? And he has said one thing. He's asked to be saved. Is he waiting to see if someone will? If someone will come close and pull the blade out of him, help him in any way. Is that what's happening here? And is the whole thing showing like these people, like there are a lot of people who want to help. They have the idea that, oh, why don't we I can just pull this blade out, but being warned by the people around them not to do it. Shouldn't I give him a cup of water? And then being warned by the people around him not to do it. Is this what this is about? How people have a desire to help, but are discouraged from doing it by the people around them. How the crowd mentality of, no, this could bring you bad fortune, or no, this could end up in something bad. You shouldn't do it. You will be scorned if you help, because this person might not be deserving of it, or this is beyond our pay grade kind of sort of thing. Like, it's a bit like no one is helping even though they can, you know? And is that kind of what we're doing here? Seeing if someone will still help. Julian, you're in your depressive era. Why are we doing a social experiment? Okay, but seriously, is that what we're doing? Julian remained like that from the thin mist of morning to the blazing midday sun, then to dusk, and on until deep into the night. Many people saw him during that time, but those who approached were very few, and there certainly wasn't anyone who would help pull the black sword from his stomach. In the deep of night, there was not a soul on the streets, but Julian still lay there on the ground and watched the skies above. The stars twinkled in the dark sky, and his thoughts were meandering and mysterious. Suddenly, clear, crisp laughter sounded from above the pit. What are you doing? After receiving so many visits from the owner of that voice, Julian no longer reacted as violently as he once had. When he didn't receive his customary angry, panicked welcome, the voice's owner took the initiative and walked over himself. Is this quite no face? He stood by Julian's head and bent down, and his voice seemed almost a little disappointed. What are you waiting for? The half-crying, half-smiling mask was upside down, and coincidentally also blocked Julian's entire field of vision. They faced each other like that, with only centimeters between them. Get the hell out of here. You're blocking my view of the sky, Julian said coldly. White No-Face wasn't the least bit upset at being told to get the hell away. He straightened up with a laugh, and his reply sounded quite affable, like an elder tolerating a spoiled child. What's so good about the sky? It's prettier than you, Julian snapped at him. That's kind of funny. Why the temper? White No-Face asked. It wasn't me who stabbed you this time, and it wasn't me who left you here. You did all this yourself. Even if you haven't gotten the results you were hoping for, you still can't blame me. Julian said nothing. You've wasted an entire day here, White No-Face continued. What exactly are you trying to prove? Or are you trying to convince yourself of something? It's none of your shitty business, Julian said. White No-Face chuckled sympathetically. Silly child. Did you think someone would help you pull out that sword? And that was the end of chapter 103. A lot of shit is happening here. We're in Longer Bay doing our little doing some dramatic thing. We have this conversation with WUMING first and foremost, which is it stirred something in Julian, and Julian is not committing to the act, and he is waiting to see. That is what he's doing. He's testing to see if someone will help him. He is in need. Will someone help? I'm gonna go digest this chapter a little bit while also having a bit to eat, and then I'll be right with you to finish off the last 30 pages of this volume. So see you in a little bit. Alright then. I just did a post-dinner rant at the camera, and then I realized that it wasn't actually turned on. I'm so silly, so silly. What was I even talking about? I have to do that rant all over again? Gosh, it feels so unnatural if I'm gonna start all over again. Let's see, the main points were Julian is doing his little project, his little social experiment here. And the thing is, he is doing it because at the end of the day, he's looking for an excuse not to. This is the robbery thing over again. He is sitting in that tree, waiting. Now he's lying in that hole, waiting to be proved wrong. At the end of the day, Julian cannot change some of these very intrinsic parts of himself. Maybe doesn't even want to. That is the whole point. Your Highness is still your Highness. WUMING said it right. WUMING, you know that. So here we are, lying in our little hole, in that little crossroad, and Bai Wuxiang has come along to something. Stir him, tease him, jeer. Not sure what the goal here is, because either someone does something or someone doesn't do something. Is he gonna intervene? Honestly, I can't tell. I really can't tell at this point. But it's just so obvious. Julian has set a place, he has set a time, and he has pushed it back. He could do it right now, and he doesn't. And it's obvious to WUMING, it's obvious to Bai Wuxiang, it's obvious to all of us reading it. And something is gonna happen. Surely something is gonna happen, and that something is gonna be enough. It's gonna be something that will change the course of this, and ends up where we are eventually headed. Julian's second ascension, I guess. But Bai Wuxiang is here, and he is like... He seems like, why is he here again? He has kind of given us his thing. He doesn't mind if Julian kills him and replaces him. That's kind of like, that's one of his angles. He'll be happy with that, he says. Which I thought it was a bit weird, because I kind of expected him to be more like, he's going to make Julian more like him so that they can be calamities together. But his angle, I mean, he's been around for like 2,000 years already at the current timeline, more than 1,000 years at this point. So, like, Is he tired? And again, this is similar again to John Woo's thing. Like, he's been emperor for 1,500 years. He's looking to have a successor, it feels. And it feels like that is Shirley-an in his mind. And again, this is so similar between the two of them. And I can't help but keep that suspicion in the back of my mind, right? I still can't get it to fit completely. But I feel like there are some similarities here that are perhaps important, perhaps just more in my mind. We'll see, I guess. But anyway, this might be the last reading I'm doing of Volume 6. This might be us going all the way until the end. And we are opening our books to chapter 104. A man in Abyss receives a bamboo hat in the rain. Bamboo hat. Yeah, oh my gosh, that's what's gonna happen. Man in Abyss, that's Shirley-an. He's gonna receive his bamboo hat in the rain. Oh Lord. That's it. The book just told me. The book just told me what is gonna happen. I'm gonna get this ready. How about I? Is this too silly? This is so silly. I'm totally doing it. Man in Abyss receives a bamboo hat in the rain. I know no one will come, but it's none of your shitty business, Shirley-an retorted with force. Then why did you poke a hole to lie down in? White No-Face languidly asked. Are you trying to get some attention? No one will cry over you. I'm doing this because I want to, Shirley-an countered. It's none of your shitty business. If someone does come to help you, what will you do? And if no one comes, what will you do? Shirley-an didn't answer this question, but instead started cursing. Why do you talk so much shit? I'm gonna throw up. It's none of your shitty business. None of your shitty business. Even as his words became more vulgar and rude, his tone more frustrated, he still only knew so many curse words. Again, Shirley-an, get a little bit of that liquid courage. I think you know more than you're showing off here. You've lived around Feng Shen after all. White No-Face laughed out loud in amusement. Silly child. He sighed and turned around. Just as well. Either way, there is only one day left. It's fine to let you foolishly struggle for a bit. Regardless, no one will come give you a cup of water or help you pull out a sword. Remember? White No-Face reminded him once more of the consequences. Tomorrow at sunset, if you still haven't unleashed a plague of human face disease, the curse will fall upon you. Shirley-an listened quietly and didn't move a muscle. The third day, Shirley-an was still lying in that deep, human-shaped pit in the middle of the road. His position hadn't even changed. The crowd that day wasn't much different from the crowd from the day before. They all detoured around him at a distance and simply went about their day. Although the incident where a strange man fell from the sky had been reported to the authorities, when they heard that it might be a god of misfortune, they didn't want to deal with it. He wasn't really causing any trouble after all, just lying there like a dead man. The authorities brushed off the affair with a vague promise to keep an eye on it for a few days. That basically meant they weren't going to bother. Besides, maybe something would change on its own. Several curious children came scurrying over and squatted by the edge of the pit to look at the strange man inside. They picked up a tree branch and began surreptitiously poke at him, but Shirley-an was like a dead fish and didn't react. They were still fascinated and wanted to try to throw something at him to see if he'd respond to that, but they were discovered by their parents before they could follow through. The children were lectured harshly, then dragged home and grounded. The water merchant from the day before still kept sneaking glances in his direction. Shirley-an hadn't had a single drop of water for a day and a night, and the layer of dry, withered dead skin had formed on his lips. Feeling sorry at the sight, the water merchant ladled out a bowl of water to deliver it, but his wife deliberately elbowed him and made him topple the bowl. He was forced to relent. Perhaps the heavens wanted to join in on the fun, for after midday, drizzling rain began to fall. The street vendors hurriedly packed up their stalls, and the pedestrians shouted at each other to hurry home. They all quickly left. The rain poured harder and harder, scouring Julian's face until he looked even paler and soaking his entire body until he was utterly drenched. A shadow silently appeared next to Julien, its owner dressed in white. No one on the street seemed to have noticed this peculiar figure. White No Face looked condescendingly down at him. The sun is about to set. Julien was silent. You aren't a god of misfortune, but they would rather believe that you are, and they're unwilling to believe you aren't. Once upon a time, you defied the heavens and created rain for young Han, yet now they won't even give you a cup of water. Stabbing you 100 times might have been done in desperation, but now they're not even willing to do something as simple as pulling out a sword. They all consider it too much trouble. I've told you this time and again. No one will come help you. White No Face finished, his voice soft with pity. There was a voice deep down in Julien screaming hysterically. Admit it. What he said is true. There's no one. There isn't a single person who will help me. As if he had heard the desperate cry in Julien's heart, White No Face seemed to smile a bit. He reached out and gripped the hilt of the black sword. It's all right. They won't help you, but I will. He exerted some force and pulled the black sword from Julien's stomach, then tossed it down beside Julien with a resounding clang. Soon after, the shadow of white cloth in the rain laughed lightly and backed away, as if he had achieved all he wanted to do. Leaving Julien to his own devices, he vanished. Right, so no one helped with the sword. But here's the pouring rain, and I have so much hope because of that title, so let's see what happens. Once the black sword was pulled out, Julien's wound was left exposed to the harsh rain. The once numbed pain had started to spread again, but that was the only thing he could feel in that moment. The sound of wild footsteps stomping through the water drifted over, like some passerby was rushing through the rain nearby. But Julien was no longer secretly hopeful. He slowly sat up, yet the motion was still unexpected. He was interrupted by a loud yell, and the man fell heavily next to him. The man had carried a large basket on his back and wore a bamboo hat to shield him from the rain. It was probably due to the downpour that he hadn't seen that there was someone in a pit on the road. He'd been running fast, and he'd only noticed when he'd gotten closer, and Julien suddenly appeared. He tried to stop short, but had instead fallen quite badly. As he tumbled to the ground next to the human-shaped pit, he began to scream a barrage of curses on the spot. What the fuck? His bamboo hat had flown off, and the basket on his back had toppled and spilled its cargo, white rice everywhere. The man sat back and screamed in frustration, slapping at the ground. Okay, not a good start to that introduction. Not very poetic either, but hey, maybe that is part of it. The wet mud and rice splattered Julien. Outraged, the man leapt to his feet in a flurry and pointed a finger squarely in Julien's face. Oh, what the hell? This ancestor worked his ass off to earn a bit of money and buy this rice, and now it's all gone just like that. How many lifetimes worth of awful luck is this? Pay me back! Don't sit there and pretending to be dead. Pay me back! Julien didn't bother to spare him a single look, planning to simply ignore him. However, the man was unrelenting, and he grabbed Julien by the collar. Are you asking for death, huh? I'm talking to you. Yes, Julien replied coldly. The man clicked his tongue. Well, if you want to fucking die, go scamper off somewhere and die quietly on your own. What are you doing blocking people's way in the middle of the road? Can't even die in peace. What a nuisance. Oh my god. This is not what I expected. And judging by his reaction, this is not what Julien expected either. What the heck? What is going on? And judging by what is going on here, I don't think Julien expected this either, but we'll see. Julien let himself be shaken wildly by his collar, stoic and expressionless and utterly numb. Curse all you want. Nothing matters anymore, so curse me however you want. Everything will disappear soon. The sun was about to set. The man gripped the wooden Shirley-Ann, pressing him for compensation, and when Shirley-Ann remained unresponsive, he bawled him out. That wasn't enough for the man, but after pushing and shoving him for a long time, he picked up his bamboo hat from the ground, put it on his head, and walked away grumbling. Shirley-Ann was thrown back into the pit with a dull thud. Gradually, he began to hear clamor louder than the sound of the rain. It was the shrieking of millions of souls of the dead sealed within the black sword. Okay, what happened here? Maybe that was a red herring. It's not that bamboo hat. It's not that bamboo hat. That was someone else's. I don't know. Is it going to come back? Is that it? Or is it going to be someone else? I am so confused. As the sun sank bit by bit in the west, they started hollering and wailing like mad inside Shirley-Ann's head, cheering and rejoicing for the arrival of freedom and revenge. Shirley-Ann raised a hand to cover his face. As his other hand shakily reached out to grab the black sword on the ground, he noticed something strange. The rain seemed to have stopped. No. The rain hadn't stopped. Something had been placed over his head to shield him from the downpour. Shirley-Ann's eyes snapped open, and he looked up. He saw someone crouched in front of him, pressing the bamboo hat that had once been on his own head onto Shirley-Ann's. It was the man who had just been bawling him out. Shirley-Ann glared at the man, and the man glared back at him. What are you looking at me like that for? What? It was just some cousin. You really want to go die over it? He spat on the ground as he spoke. Looking so miserable, like you're in mourning. It's unlucky, I tell ya. Shirley-Ann was speechless. The man had been rough and aggressive earlier, but he must have felt a little guilty. After thinking about what he'd done, he grumbled a bit more. Then he started to try and explain himself. All right, I was over the line earlier, but you still deserved that scolding. Who taught you to act so nuts, and who's never been cussed at before? Shirley-Ann's eyes were round and bulging, and he found himself unable to speak. The man grew impatient. Fine, it's my bad luck today. You don't have to pay me back for the rice, but what are you still lying around here for? You're a grown man, not a child. Are you waiting for Ma and Pa to come pick you up? Get up! As he urged him, he tugged at Shirley-Ann and finally pulled him to his feet. Then he heartily slapped Shirley-Ann twice on the back. Stand up! Hurry home now! And just like that, Shirley-Ann was pulled from the human-shaped pit. The two slaps almost sent him tumbling to the ground. He was so dumbfounded. This is kind of touching. Because at this time, maybe this is exactly what Shirley-Ann needs. And, well, we're about to see, huh? By the time he snapped out of it, the man was already gone. Only the bamboo hat on his head remained, reminding him that someone had stopped to pull him out. It hadn't been a hallucination. He didn't know how long he had been standing there when the white no-face reappeared behind him. This time, he didn't laugh. His voice wasn't so easy and carefree anymore. He instead sounded vaguely worried and displeased when he asked, "What are you doing?" The rain was still pouring down, but Shirley-Ann was wearing a bamboo hat that someone had given him. While his body was drenched, at least his head and face were spared, but his cheeks were still wet. When Shirley-Ann didn't answer, White No-Face reminded him in a dark tone, "The sun is about to set. Take up your sword. You know what will happen if you don't." Shirley-Ann didn't turn to look at him as he softly said, "Fuck you." "What did you say?" White No-Face's voice carried a trace of frost. Now Shirley-Ann turned to him. "You didn't hear me? Then I'll say it again," he said calmly. Suddenly, he struck out with a violent, thunderous kick that sent White No-Face flying dozens of meters away. Shirley-Ann stomped his foot to the ground and, with one hand clutching his wound, he pointed at White No-Face. In his most booming voice, he yelled with everything he had. I said, fuck you! Who do you think you are to dare talk to me like that? I am the crown prince! Tears were streaming down his face. One person. Just one. Really? Just one person was enough. While White No Face was sent flying by his kick, he flipped in the air and landed easily. Are you mad? White No Face shouted at him in absolute fury. In all these years, this was the very first time Julian had seen the creature react with such emotion. The sight gave him enormous pleasure. He grabbed the black sword from the ground and charged forward. I'm not mad. I've just come back around. The first kick had caught him by surprise, but the next attack wouldn't be so easy. White No Face dodged Julian's blows as he flung icy accusations at him. Have you forgotten how your parents left you, how your people treated you, how your worshippers betrayed you, all because of that man, that puny, insignificant person? You've forgotten everything? I haven't forgotten, but... Julian swung the sword and bellowed with angry vigor. It's none of your shitty business! White No Face seized the tip of the sword and gripped it extremely firmly. Blood dripped from his fingers and his knuckles crackled. He was losing it a little, he muttered incredulously. Useless trash. Useless trash. You're absolutely useless trash. You've come so far, but you still regret? You can actually turn back? Going a little bit crazy there, but I'm kind of also... His fingers are bleeding. Do ghosts bleed? Because that is another... I mean, like we talked about this a bit earlier as well, like Protong, kind of... I mean, he's had wounds on his face, but it's like... Okay, just leaving that thought hanging there for now. It just took me out of it for a little bit. Let's keep going. Julian pressed harder into his thwarted sword strike and replied through gritted teeth. You disgust me. I refuse to ever become something as disgusting as you. That seemed to stun some calm back into White No Face, and he regained the tone of voice that made it sound like everything was under his control. Never mind. This is simply one final minuscule struggle in the face of death. Or did you forget what I told you? Yeah, okay. Yeah, we still have those spirits to worry about. Julian exhaled harshly as White No Face slowly and clearly reminded him. You summoned the souls of the battlefields dead. Now it's too late. They will not be stopped. Amidst the heavy rain, the black sword in Julian's hand emitted a sharp, ringing cry that stabbed painfully at his ears and his head. What will you do? White No Face asked. Is it worth it to take on the curse of the ages for these people? Ever since his kick connected, Julian's blood was boiling in his veins and rushing to his head. All the sword swinging and the words he spat came straight from his heart, with no thought of what he'd do or anything that came next. When he heard White No Face's question, he didn't know how to answer it. You won't see what I plan to do. I'll get rid of you before that. White No Face snorted. How arrogant. Just as he finished speaking, Julian felt himself leave the ground, and his entire body was sent flying. He instantly steadied his mind to find his center, but before he could find his balance, a white figure flashed above him and struck down with force. It was like Julian had become a ball of iron thrown by a sling, and he crashed deep into the ground with a resounding boom. Julian had started out with a sliver of hope that if he gave it his all, with a sudden burst of strength, he could come out victorious. But after this strike, he was painfully aware of the reality. He couldn't win. It's okay, we have backup, Julian, just wait. Too strong. The creature's strength absolutely overwhelmed him. Julian had never found an opponent overwhelming like this before. The very idea would flash through his mind on rare occasions, such as the few times he spared with John Woo. Again, I don't know. However... But while John Woo was incredibly strong, his power was measured and controlled, deliberate and careful, the complete opposite of White No Face. There was a maliciousness in White No Face's strength that bordered on vicious, and his murderous intent brimmed with resentment. Again, like this is happening like a few times, like John Woo is mentioned in connection to Bai Wuxiang to show differences, but honestly... Well, maybe this is just him letting go. I don't know. I'm so on the fence about this. I can't really commit. It only took one strike for Sholian to understand. He would never be able to win against White No-Face. Perhaps only John Woo would be a match for the creature. But the voice of Sholian, as he was now, would never reach John Woo. A violent stomp, and White No-Face's snow-white boot crushed down on Sholian's chest. Your arrogance and naive dreams caused everything right from the start, he snapped, chillingly. Sholian could feel his organs twist and retract from the stomp, the pain excruciating, but he held back a mouthful of blood. No, it wasn't me. Huh? White No-Face queried in an unpleasant tone. Sholian reached out and firmly clutched the boot on his chest. His eyes were clearer than ever before, shining bright. You brought the plague. You caused everything. White No-Face humphed. Perhaps, if you must think of it that way. Then he seemed to smile. But you need to understand something. If it wasn't for your arrogance in defying the heavens, I would never have appeared in this world. I was born by heaven's will. Look. 1, that's bullshit. 2, maybe it isn't. Maybe that is directly telling us who the fuck is heaven? Who the fuck is heaven's will if it isn't John Woo? I am so not that line. It's pushing me a little bit more towards that. That is defying the heavens. What do you mean? Sholian defying the heavens. I was born by heaven's will. The flames in Sholian's eyes weren't snuffed out by the heavy rain. In fact, they blazed all the stronger. Enough with the arrogance. I don't need you to teach me anything. I can learn on my own. If a thing like you represents heaven's will, then heaven's will should be destroyed. Yeah. Foreshadowing much. Muffled thunder rolled in from the horizon. Hello, Thundermaster. Whirling winds blew. White No-Face's voice dropped deep and soft. I took the utmost care in teaching you, but you remain obtuse and stubborn. Crown Prince, I've lost my patience. Sholian coughed a few times, and White No-Face continued. However, it makes no difference. Either way, you already roused them, and there is only one step left to take. Allow me to help you with that. What are you doing? Sholian cried in alarm. White No-Face bent down and seized Sholian's hand, then stuffed a black sword into his palm, forcing him to grip it and raise it to the sky. A blinding bolt of heavenly lightning struck the black blade and infused its heart with power. It gleamed eerie light. Dense, gloomy clouds began to stir, and soon a sea of black had enveloped Yong'an's skies entirely. Countless faces, arms and legs whirled within the storm, as if hell had moved to the heavens. Right then, the last sliver of the sun sank below the horizon. Sholian lay on the ground, his eyes reflected the roiling black clouds and the sky torn by flashing lightning and squalling thunder. White No-Face walked away, and the black sword dropped to the ground with a clang. It was like millions of horses were shrieking and howling in the clouds, an apocalyptic parade. Throughout the streets and alleyways, the citizens were confused and alarmed by the cacophony and came outside to see what was happening. What's going on? What's all the noise? What the hell? What's that in the sky? Is that a human face? It's chaos. It's a bad omen. The world is ending. Sholian was covered in mud and grime, and he stumbled as he crawled off the ground. Go home! Go back to your houses! Don't come out! Go home! Run! He yelled. Human-face disease was about to be unleashed once again. Sholian frantically waved his hands while White No-Face stood to one side and chuckled softly. Sholian whipped his head around and glared at him in fury. White No-Face tucked his hands into his sleeves and said with easy calm, Why so angry? You can't go back now, so why not just enjoy the sweetness of revenge? Your hands wrought this. You should appreciate your handiwork. You really think I can't do anything about this? Sholian said. If you have a plan, then please, go ahead, White No-Face replied. Sholian drew in a deep breath. Then he picked up the black sword on the ground and approached the crowd on the streets. Everyone recognized him as the crown prince of the previous dynasty, who had been lying in the streets for the past 2 days, a living ghost, an ungodly god, an inhuman human. They all backed away cautiously at his approach. All of you, stop where you are, Sholian barked, although he was covered in mud and grime from head to toe. There was a strange aura about him. For some reason, everyone actually stopped. Do you see those things in the sky? Sholian asked. The crowd nodded unconsciously. Those are vengeful spirits that will trigger a plague of human face disease, Sholian continued. Very soon it will erupt once again. The black sea of clouds was indeed terrifying, and the people watching didn't need much convincing to believe his words. Horror gripped the crowd. Human face disease. Why has it returned? Could it really be? Some were at a complete loss. Some turned around and hoped to flee, but most of them stood where they were, apprehensively waiting for Sholian to say more. But he had no more to say. He only gripped the sword and raised it to the crowd. The crowd jumped back in fear the moment he raised that chilling weapon, but Sholian barked again. Take this! The people could only gape, mute with fright. What? Someone choked out. Oh my god, Sholian! No! No! Sholian held the sword like that, offering it to them under the pouring rain. As long as you stab me with this sword, you won't be affected by the plague, he said grimly. White No-Face's smile seemed to falter. A moment later, he asked with relative calm, Crown Prince, have you gone mad? The people were bewildered as well. What? What are you saying? Is he crazy? Take the sword and stab him? Really? What is he planning? The crowd babbled and muttered, while White No-Face suddenly burst out laughing. Have you lost your mind? Or do you miss the taste of being pierced by 100 swords? No, I'm afraid this time it'll be 10,000. Open your eyes and look properly at the sky. His voice quickly lost all its mirth as he pointed up. The vengeful spirits have enveloped all of Yong'an. If you want to save the common people, all of Yong'an will need to stab you. You will become nothing but a puddle of flesh within a day. This foolishness is no different from when you try to defy the heavens and create rain. Do you really think you can save everyone? Sholian kept his back turned to him. If a day isn't enough, let it take a month. If a month won't do, then 2 months, 3 months. If I can't save 10,000, then I'll save 1,000. If I can't save 1,000, then I'll save 100, or 10, or even just 1. Why? White No-Face demanded in outrage. Oh my god. Sholian raised the sword with both hands and roared to the sky. I don't have a reason, just because I want to. Even if I explained it to you. He cocked his head and glanced at him. Useless trash like you wouldn't understand. His condescension and disdain were too obvious and cut too deeply. White No-Face couldn't retain the calm in his voice as he said, You, what did you call me? Sholian pointedly ignored him and turned calmly to the crowd. Just one stab and everything will be alright. I won't die. You've all seen that for yourselves over the past 2 days. However, everyone is only allowed 1 turn with no messing around, and you all must listen to my instructions. If anyone tries to start anything, I'll smash your head. Trust me, I can smash 100 of you with 1 hand. White No-Face was incredulous. The useless trash who brought ruin to his kingdom dares to call me useless trash. No one dared to take the sword in Sholian's hand, but no one dared to flee either. As he was ignored, White No-Face sank deeper and deeper into anger. Very well, he said coolly. Then I will sit back and watch you be ruined by your obstinance. However, no matter how this ends, you have brought it upon yourself. I hope you don't fall apart and come crying to me in regret. As the people shuffled around and waffled in confusion, the black clouds in the sky grew denser by the minute and pressed down heavier. They seemed ready to collapse. The shrieking cries of countless human faces were so loud it was like they were right beside their ears. Finally, one father was too scared and couldn't take it anymore. He dragged his child over and took the sword. I'll give it a try with my shaobao, I guess. The others in the crowd were still hesitating, and they exclaimed in surprise, You're actually going to do it? The father seemed just as hesitant, but he braced himself and stammered, But, I really don't think he'll die. I'm sorry, buddy. I'm really sorry. My shaobao. He raised a hand to cover the eyes of the small child in his arms and forced him to grip the black sword. White No-Face didn't interfere, just chuckled mockingly. Julian clenched his fists and waited for the pain to seize him. In his head, he told himself, It's all right. I've already been hurt so many times. I'll get used to this soon enough. But just as the black sword was about to pierce his gut, someone unexpectedly knocked it aside. The pain Julian was expecting never came. Instead, he heard a loud, clear, You can't! Julian whipped around to look. The one who had knocked the black sword off course was the water merchant. That feels like victory to me. That feels like victory to me. The water merchant had been in the crowd, but he stepped forward after his tolerance was exhausted. Well, this is an ugly sight. Can't you see that huge bloody spot in his stomach? Are you really sure this won't kill him? Even if he doesn't die, he'll clearly still bleed. The father scrunched up his face miserably. But... The water merchant's wife subtly elbowed him again, but the water merchant turned and admonished her with a hushed, Stop poking me. If you have a problem, we'll talk later. Then he turned back around. Besides, for all we know, we could contract the disease from stabbing him, so let's not just stab blindly, huh? The father pointed to the sky. But soon... Just then, the small child in his arms started crying, and the water merchant pointed at him. Look, your son is scared to tears because you're forcing him to stab someone. And sure enough, the small child started crying even louder and threw the black sword to the ground. He probably didn't understand what his father was thinking, but he was scared nonetheless. This killed the father's plan completely, and he retreated into the crowd, holding his son. It just takes one person, huh? There were some among the crowd who had been ready to try, but they didn't feel as brave anymore when they saw how the first person who stepped up had been sent packing. They could only yell anonymously from the safety of the crowd, Didn't you hear what he said? A plague of human face disease is about to descend upon us. He's a god of misfortune. He brought this on our heads. However, the water merchant countered, Even if he's the god of misfortune, you don't think he'd willingly ask to be stabbed, do you? Just focus on selling your water. You shortchange people all the time. So what are you doing sticking your neck out now? The water merchant's wife had kept elbowing him through all this, but when she heard that accusation, her face went red, and she exploded. Oh, fucking bullshit! Who shortchanged you? Come the hell out here and say that to my face! The accuser instantly shrunk back. The water merchant also flushed, but soon after, he hardened up again. I say, whether he's willing is his business, but whether we act on it is our business. We're talking about picking up a blade and stabbing someone. If I had given him water or something over the past few days, maybe I'd be more willing to try this, but I didn't. And who among us did? If I injure him now, I'd feel ashamed. Everyone fell silent at this because he had really hit the nail on the head. Okay, that's a bit weird. He'd really hit the nail on the head. Over the past 2 days, not a single person had tried to help Julian. The water merchant had at least wanted to help, but he still hadn't managed it. The rest of them hadn't even dared to spare a glance Julian's way. Then what should we do? If we can't do this, why don't you come up with a better plan? Someone grumbled. The crowd was about to get rowdy again, and some even tried to push themselves to the front. Just then, another bellow echoed out. Who's making all this racket? If anyone wants to get through, this ancestor's got a knife. It was the chubby chef who had wanted to pull out the sword just after Julian fell from the sky. He'd been provoked into action, and he roared at the crowd. That fella's right. Yesterday a bunch of people were so adamant about stopping me from going up to him. If not for them, I would have pulled out that sword. So why are the ones who stopped me the same ones making the most noise now? Pathetic. Think you're special? Well, you certainly don't see such shameless thick skins every day. The chef was a large man with a booming voice at the height of his anger. It seemed he had just emerged from his kitchen, so he still had a butcher knife in one hand. Instantly, the ones who had been complaining the loudest didn't dare make another sound. Some members of the crowd had been absent from the area for the past few days, and when they asked what had happened, they were all surprised. No way! None of you tried to help him? Yeah, you all just left him lying there for 2 days? You didn't even help him sit up or anything? The more questions they asked, the more shame the others felt. Don't act like you would have gone over to help. It's easy to say those pretty things after the fact, they countered. Don't forget, none of us will escape when those hellish things descend. I assure you, if I were there, I definitely would have pulled out the sword. It's easy to run your mouth after the whole thing is over. Wait, what are you all arguing about? Pulling out the sword isn't the problem right now. The argument was wild and unruly on both sides. It was a brawl waiting to happen. The rain slowly receded and stopped. However, the black clouds were only growing thicker. The pressure was so intense, it was suffocating the hundreds of people below. Suddenly, startled screams exploded from within the crowd, and fingers pointed to the sky. It's coming! Okay. So, Shellyan, what are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? And also remember, WUMING is not here yet. WUMING wanted to be the one to do it so that Shellyan wouldn't have to. Whatever Shellyan is going to do, I'm sensing an intervention. And my best bet right now is a sacrifice. Shellyan's head shot up. The human faces churning within the black clouds began to riot, and they plunged to earth like black shooting stars, dragging long tails behind them. The plague of human face disease was descending. The crowd was terrified and lost all sense. Some bolted, some retreated inside houses to hide, and there were also a few who went to grab for the black sword that had been knocked to the ground earlier, but they came up empty, as at some point it had gone missing. Shellyan had been too shocked by the people's reaction to notice this until now. Where's the sword? Who took it? No one had time to answer, for they were fleeing in all directions. But how could they possibly be faster than the falling, vengeful spirits? The wails and screams of the living and the howls of the vengeful dead erupted from all directions. Once the vengeful spirits had caught up to the living, they became like a roiling, thick black smoke, unrelenting and clinging as they burrowed into every pore and slowly melded into people's bodies. Shellyan fought arduously to drive them out, but alas, there were too many, and he couldn't manage it alone. He helplessly watched countless people wail and howl as the ghosts chased them down. The water merchant and his wife, the chubby chef, they all rolled on the ground, wrestling with the tangled black smoke. The whole while, White No-Face stood close by, watching everything and jeering. Gripped by anxiety and fury, Shellyan steeled his mind and roared at the spot that was densest with vengeful spirits. Hey! He caught the creature's attention easily. He was the mastermind behind their awakening after all. Shellyan opened his arms wide. Come to me! The vengeful spirits that had already tangled up living victims hesitated, undeciding on whether they should go. But the vengeful spirits, still in the air, instantly changed course and hurtled straight for Shellyan. Success. Oh my god. Shellyan's heart was beating so fast it was going to cease and stop. He didn't know what would happen or what would become of him, but fueled by the hot blood rushing into his head, he was going to give this everything he had, even if he could only hope to prove his point, while that vile monster watched him be beaten black and blue. He would still never back down. Even if another 100,000 souls of the dead were to come, he would still be invincible. You want to see me feel sorry for myself and self-destruct? Well, I won't. I will never. Wave upon wave of the black tide that drowned the heavens and earth surrounded Shellyan, and the vengeful spirit wailed as it passed through his body. It felt like Shellyan's heart had frozen in an instant, and he shuddered. Soon after, a second one came, then a third. The creature sliced through him like sharp blades as they penetrated his body. Each time, they took away his liver or whatever warmth Shellyan still had left. His face grew paler and paler. Nevertheless, he remained firm and did not back down. He had only been touched by a few hundred, and he had only stood his ground for a short time. There would be many more to come. They were the black clouds that blanketed the sky. Julian closed his eyes, gathering his strength to endure the flaming fury of all the vengeful spirits. Yet unexpectedly, okay, here comes. The next attack never came. Confused, he opened his eyes, and to his surprise, the black tide surrounding him had vanished. It had transformed into a roiling black current, which was now flowing away from him. Stunned, Julian turned to look. At the end of the long street, there stood a black-clad warrior who gripped a long black sword. WUMING. Julian had ordered him to leave the area while he activated the plague of human ANGST. So why was he here now? Oh my god, that is good art. Oh, he's so cute. He's so cute. And there he is, holding function. Julian had no idea what WUMING was doing here, but he was only stunned for a moment before he charged toward him. Wait, what are you doing? Don't touch that! Give me back the sword! WUMING seemed to have heard his voice and looked up. Julian couldn't see his real face. He only saw the mask with its drawn-on smile. But Julian had a strange feeling that beneath his mask, WUMING was really smiling. That hurts. WUMING! He's totally going to sacrifice himself. That is totally what is happening. The feeling was fleeting, however. The vast black torrent and the screaming tide gathered to form a tempest, and it swallowed WUMING whole in an instant. And in that instant, Julian heard a heart-wrenching, blood-curdling scream. He thought he had heard that voice somewhere before. No, he knew he had heard that voice somewhere before. Yeah, you did. Pain. It hurt like he was feeling the same agony. It hurt like a fate worse than death. It hurt so much that his mind and body were being torn apart. It hurt so much he thudded to his knees, hugging his head as he screamed along too. The explosion of excruciating pain in his heart came suddenly and left equally fast. And after some unknown time had passed, silence slowly descended upon the area. Julian gradually dropped the hands that hugged his head. Dazed, he looked up and scanned around him. The ground was covered with people, most of them unconscious, but all the vengeful spirits entangling them had vanished. The scene confused him. What happened to the plague of human face disease? What happened to the vengeful spirits? What happened to him? There was no trace of the black torrent. The only thing that remained where the black-clad nameless ghost had once stood was the black sword, which had fallen to the ground. Beside the point of the fallen blade, there was a tiny white flower. Julian staggered to his feet and walked over, picking up the flower and the sword. He felt his face, looked at his arms. Nothing on his body seemed different. There was nothing to indicate he'd taken on some powerful curse. As he stood there, mystified, he heard a voice behind him. It said softly, "Ah." Julian turned around. White No-Face was standing behind him, his arms crossed and tucked into his expansive sleeves, which fluttered in the wind. Julian hadn't yet processed what had happened, but he felt a vague sense of foreboding. Oh my fucking god. We just had this happen, and White No-Face is still here. He was just watching the whole time, and, well, he watched that go up into smoke. So, yeah, well, what will he do now? Foreboding indeed. And I guess this might explain a lot. Will Julian remember, though, after this? Was this like a memory that was repressed in him? I'm so confused. I am so, like, what is going on here? But anyway, White No-Face glanced at him and started chuckling. The sense of foreboding was growing stronger, and Shirley knitted his brows. What are you laughing about? Instead of answering, White No-Face asked him. You still don't understand what happened. What? Shirley asked. Do you know who that ghost was? White No-Face asked. A soul of someone who died on the battlefield, Shirley tried. Yes, White No-Face replied. But he was also your very last believer in the world. Now he is no more. Believer. He still had a believer in this world. Yeah, okay, forget everything I said. WUMING definitely placed that flower in that temple. And it didn't say so because he's a little liar, or more like a little coward in front of Shirley. But also, White No-Face by Wuxiang knew. When he interrogated that little ghost fire, like, he made him watch because he was Shirley's last believer. And everything that happened after, like, I think he's just been a bit amused about it. He didn't think it would turn into this, but, well, so he's trying to score his victories here by telling Shirley on this. Surely, that is what he's trying to do. It was a long moment before Shirley could squeeze out a few choked words. What do you mean, no more? His soul has been dispersed, White No-Face replied languidly. Shirley had a hard time accepting this. How did his soul just disperse? Because he was cursed on your behalf. The souls you summoned devoured him whole, leaving not a crumb behind, White No-Face said. Shirley couldn't manage a reply. The souls he summoned? Cursed on his behalf? Oh yes, that's right. This wasn't the first time you met him, White No-Face continued. Oh my god, are you gonna... Shirley stared at him blankly. White No-Face seemed amused. That ghost had been following you for a while. At first I thought he was simply deeply resentful, so I caught and interrogated him. His answers were quite interesting. The Zhongyuan Festival, a night of lanterns, a wandering ghost fire. Do you remember? The Zhongyuan Festival, night of lanterns, wandering ghost fire. Shirley mumbled. Oh my gosh, okay, so we're connecting him to all of these things. In life, he was a soldier under your command, White No-Face lazily hinted. In death, his soul followed you. He died in battle for you, turned into a wrath ghost because you were pierced by 100 swords, and now his soul has been obliterated because you unleashed a plague of human face disease. Oh my gosh, he's trying to, like... So he's using this ghost now to, like, this is all he can do. He's trying to score some points here. He's trying to make Shirley kind of, like, despair because of this, I'm guessing. Shirley seemed to vaguely recall something, but he hadn't even seen his believer's face. He didn't even know his name. What could he recall? How much could he really recall? Perhaps your highness has believers here who still offer worship. Yes, there was a believer, and he had been the one and only. White No-Face was still speaking, going on and on about many things, but Shirley was lost in a daze and took none of it in. Finally, White No-Face concluded, a god like you is both sad and laughable, and he is even more sad and laughable to have believed in you. Oh my gosh, we have an ellipsis reply. I haven't used my fucking tallies for, like, this whole read. There's just been no use for them. Until now. When White No-Face had mocked him earlier, Shirley hadn't reacted, but when he heard this creature insult his believer so condescendingly, it was like Shirley was jolted awake by the stab of a sword. An uncontrollable rage roiled up from within him, and he charged at White No-Face. The creature easily seized him. You can't win against me like this. How many times must I tell you before you see the truth? White No-Face said coldly. Shirley hadn't wanted to win against him in the first place, and it didn't matter if he couldn't. He simply wanted to beat the creature to a pulp. What do you know? How dare you mock him? He cried angrily. That was his last believer in this world. Of course I dare to mock the follower of a failure, White No-Face replied. You're a fool, and your believer is even more of a fool. Listen, if you wish to defeat me, then you must obey my teachings, otherwise you can never dream of winning against me. Julian wanted to spit at him with everything he had, but even breathing was difficult. White No-Face opened his hand with a flourish, and another cry-smiling mask appeared in his palm. Now let us start over. As he was about to press the mask onto Julian's face, there came a sudden, loud rumbling. Lightning flashed and thunder roared on the horizon, and a mysterious light shot from within the clouds. White No-Face stopped in alarm. What is this? A heavenly tribulation? After a pause, he dismissed that statement. No, that's not it. That wasn't it. It was a heavenly tribulation, but that wasn't all. A man's deep voice resounded across the entire sky. If you cannot win against you, what about me? Julian's head shot up. A martial god had appeared at the end of the long street. He was clad in white armor and brimmed with a propitious aura. A thin sheen of white spiritual light enveloped his body, and he walked toward them, step by step, with sword in hand, carving out a path of light in this gloomy, dark world. Julian's eyes grew wide. John Woo. Okay, well, I don't know how to feel about this one. Are my theories just mute now? They appeared in the same place at the same time, but then again, we do live in a world of clones. The fucking clones, guys, they're back to get us. I really, but if that is the case, I really wonder what the angle here was. Is it like he's given up? He's given up for now? So he's like, well, gotta fish myself out of this situation. Sky Daddy mode, let's go. But it was a heavenly tribulation, right? For Julian, second ascension, surely. Let's have a look. After the rain ceased and the skies cleared, Julian sat on the burnt earth, panting lightly. John Woo sheathed his sword and walked over. Shanda, welcome back to the ranks. He wore a tired expression, traces of blood still on his face from the wounds inflicted by White No-Face. John Woo was covered in injuries, large and small. They were serious, but White No-Face's wounds were far more so. His body had been ripped apart, and his form had been dispersed, leaving behind only a shattered, cry-smiling mask. When he heard him say, back to the ranks, Julian blinked. He touched his neck, and only then did he notice that the cursed shackle was gone. Huh. So he did unleash the shackle. That time around, anyway. What is going on here? John Woo smiled. As expected, I was not mistaken. It took you even less time to return than I anticipated. Julian slowly regained himself. He flashed a small smile in return, but this one was a bitter one. After catching his breath, he spoke up. My lord, I want to beg something of you. Permitted, John Woo said. Are you not going to ask what it is first? Julian said. Since you would be asking for a gift upon your return to the heavenly court regardless, let today's incident serve as my gift to you for returning to the ranks. The corners of Julian's lips tugged, and he rose to his feet. He looked John Woo squarely in the eyes and said, with the utmost respect, Pray my lord banish me to the mortal realm once more. Yeah, because he just ascended, but he was with John Woo the whole time, and he hasn't fought him yet. Like, wait, what the fuck? What is going on? I am so confused. This is not what happened in the rumors about what happens. And also, Julian has been remembering fighting John Woo, so what is going on? Hearing this, John Woo's smile faded. Why ever for? I've done wrong, Julian explained the honest truth. I was the one who unleashed the second plague of human face disease, even though the consequences weren't as severe as the first. This time, the only casualty was a nameless ghost. And perhaps no one in the world had cared for him. In the end, the consequences of the second plague weren't nearly as severe. Perhaps no one in this world had cared for him. Oh, that hurts! Because in a way, it's true. The only person who ever cared for Hua Chang after that time on the wall was Julian. Oh my god. If you knew what was wrong, then you were already in the right, Junwoo said slowly. However, Julian shook his head. Just knowing is not enough. If I make a mistake, I should be the one punished. But I committed the wrong, and the one who took the punishment from me was. He trailed off, then raised his head once more. So, as punishment, I pray my lord will grant me a cursed shackle. No, 2 cursed shackles. One to seal away my spiritual powers, in order to disperse all my luck and fortune. Junwoo frowned slightly. I'm frowning too. Julian, what is this self-punishment thing going on now? Disperse all your luck and fortune. Will that not make you unlucky beyond belief? Truly make you a god of misfortune? Julian had resented being called a god of misfortune. He was repulsed by the very idea and considered it a great humiliation. However, he no longer cared about things like that. If I am to become a god of misfortune, then so be it. As long as I know deep down that I'm not. Once his fortune was dispersed, it would naturally flow to the less fortunate. It would be a form of atonement. It will be very embarrassing, Junwoo reminded him. It doesn't matter, Julian said. And to be honest, it feels like I'm almost used to it by now. It wasn't something he'd wanted to get used to, but once he did, it really felt like nothing could harm him. Junwoo watched him. Chandler, you have to understand that you will no longer be a god if you have no spiritual power. Julian sighed. My lord, I know that better than anyone. After a pause, he said in a tone that was a little frustrated and a little forlorn. People say I'm a god, and so I have spiritual powers, but in truth, I'm not the god they thought I was, and I might not be as invincible as they hoped. Would a real god be such a failure? I wanted to protect my people, but I let their corpses spread across the land. I wished to avenge them, but at the very last minute I abandoned the plot. White No-Face wasn't wrong about me being a failure. If I'm no longer a god, then so be it. Junwoo gazed at him intently, and after a long while he said, Chandler has grown up. That should have been something Julian heard from his elders. Unfortunately, his father and mother had no more chances to say it. A moment later, Junwoo continued. Since this is the path you have chosen, I will do as you ask. However, I will need a reason to banish you to the mortal realm. He couldn't just casually banish a heavenly official like this was a child's game. Otherwise, how would the world see the heavens? But Julian had an idea. Oh my god, is he gonna fight him to be banished? Is that it? My lord, I don't believe we've ever sparred with everything we've got. Junwoo instantly understood what he meant and smiled. Chandler, I am injured. Me too, Julian said. So we're even. Junwoo nodded. If that is the case, then I will not hold back, Julian smiled, his eyes brightening with excitement at the prospect. I want either. And there's a little bit of an interlude here before we go into the last pages, but... So let me get this straight. Julian assents. Junwoo comes down, because there's that heavenly tribulation or whatever, and Julian has passed it, he ascends, and then, Junwoo comes and kills White No-Face, disperses his soul, which means it's not 100% death for a ghost anyway. And then Julian is supposed to come back, but he doesn't want to. He wants to atone for the fact that WUMING took his punishment for him. WUMING took all those ghosts onto himself and dispersed. We know that he was able to reform eventually, and rather quickly, right? I don't know actually when the timeline for Hwacheung's Mount Tonglu adventures really started, but yeah, he ascends and gets banished again. With 2 shackles this time, so that his fortune will spread to others. That's literally the point of the second shackle. So both his shackles are from his second banishment. They're both from his second banishment. It's not from the first and second. They're both from his second banishment. Okay. And then he and John Woo has an all-out spar in place of a fight in front of the Heavenly Capital, I guess, so that John Woo can banish him again. Okay, I'm getting this feeling that banishment really isn't actually like a fate thing, like a universe thing that the universe kind of does. I'm getting the feeling that every time Shulian has ascended, that is like another tribulation. Like with Shawudu, who went through several tribulations and that made him stronger, I think there's something about that. Shulian has ascended 3 times. He has, in a sense, then gone through 3 tribulations, right? And underneath the fact that he is still shackled in his 3rd ascension, I think he must be a lot stronger because of that. And we'll only know if that shackle is ever taken off again, which it surely will be. Surely that is a plot point later on. But yeah, holy fuck, that this is the behind the scenes of what happened with Shulian's second ascension. And he regrets it because his last believer died because of it. Well, not died, dispersed. Shulian thinks he's no longer in this world. Don't worry, Shulian. He'll be back. He's like the Terminator. He will be back. Let's finish up these last few pages of Volume 6, shall we? His Highness the Crown Prince was banished again. After his smashing and grandiose second heavenly tribulation, the Crown Prince of Shamla rampaged across the heavens with fierce belligerence. Before even 1 instant's time had passed, he was knocked down below once more by the Heavenly Emperor. None of the heavenly officials could figure out what that man was thinking. But Shulian couldn't figure out what the other heavenly officials were thinking either. Were they really that curious what he was up to? Watching him day after day, disguising themselves as mortals to watch him. Disguising themselves as animals to watch him. They had been stalking him for days. Was a grown man laying bricks really that interesting? Oh my god, this is so amusing to me. They're such gossip mongers, and they literally just want to know what's up with this guy, and but they're so obvious, and Shulian is literally just wandering around doing things already. As he wondered about this, the foreman behind him began to shout, "Newbie, you! Yes, you! I'm talking to you! Get back to work! Stop being lazy!" Shulian hastily sat up with a loud, "Oh!" And then he picked up a ragged cattail fan and started fanning the flames in front of him. He was seated in front of a small stove stacked on several bricks, and upon the stove was a large pot of rice that bubbled as it cooked. This was the construction site where he was paid to haul earth and mud. However, the bricks had already been transported, so Shulian's task for the moment was cooking. He cooked, and as he worked, 2 carriages approached, hauling 2 very large divine statues for the 2 newly built temples nearby. Oh my god, let that be the generals, let that be them. Shulian absent-mindedly tossed whatever was at hand into the pot, stealing glances at the statues as he did. The 2 divine statues were carried into their respective temples. From within the hall of the temple on the left, he heard cheers. "General Schwengen is great! General Schwengen is generous and kind!" Shulian was speechless, using generous and kind to praise Mu Qing. Well, those devotees is serious. But they apparently had their reasons. After all, everyone knew that Mu Qing had ascended because he had cleared away a vengeful spirit that stubbornly towered about the old capital of Shamla. The vengeful spirits that had stubbornly towered around the old capital of Shamla. Okay. Yeah, so Mu Qing, after this whole event, went to Shamla, the old capital, and started clearing out the spirits. Okay. Calling that generous and kind wasn't unreasonable. In any case, everyone in the old capital of Shamla was very grateful for him. And I can see why. I mean, that he would have had a lot of people he knew among those spirits as well. So this one that's a good one. That's a good tribulation for Qing to have passed, I think. And that also explains maybe why he encountered Jianlan along the way, huh? Yeah, we have a lot to think about regarding that still. We still haven't gotten any hints as to when or why that happened. But moving on. From within the hall of the temple to the right, he heard roars from another set of devotees who refused to be beaten by those of the left temple. General Zhu Yang is great! General Zhu Yang is brave and mighty! Zhu Yang already! Shelian nodded. To this, he had no objections, although that praise might not hold true in the face of women. The devotees on both sides were screaming with all their might, doing all they could to be louder than each other until Shelian's ears ached. He sighed and rubbed his forehead as he thought, why must they be like this? If they hated each other so much, wouldn't their problems be solved by not building temples right next to each other? I do kind of like that Shelian has participated also in the building of these temples, it seems. That's what it seems anyway. Maybe he's on a neighboring construction site, but still, that's what this kind of feels like. Why did function ascend again? Did we have any hints to that? I can't remember, I can't recall, and it doesn't say anything here, so I don't know yet. The answer to that was, of course not. This area was a bustling domain with excellent feng shui, and the devotees of those two heavenly officials would never abandon such a tempting land solely for the sake of avoiding each other. They had to do all they could to steal each other's worshippers and disgust one another. It didn't take long before the devotees from both sides progressed from yelling to fighting. Over by the stove, Shelian determined that the time was about right, so he started banging the pot cover with the spatula and calling out loudly, everyone stop fighting, come eat! It was the height of the brawl, so who would bother listening to him? Shelian shook his head and opened the pot cover, and the fragrance wafted 10 miles around. Now he'd done it, the brawl instantly stopped and everyone started howling. What the fuck? What's that smell? Who's cooking shit? Oh my gosh, it started. Not just shit that smells like pot bottoms. Oh, what? This is a hidden, treasured royal recipe. Shelian began to argue back. The foreman approached him with a hand covering his nose, his face green, and he exclaimed as he jumped in anger. Bullshit! What hidden treasure recipe? Who's royalty, you? Get the hell out of here! That's disgusting! Alright, fine, I'll go, Shelian agreed. But will you please give me my pay first? You dare to even mention pay? The foreman exclaimed angrily. Why don't you tell me this? Ever since you came, how much have I lost in damages, huh? When it rains lightning strikes aimed right for you. Houses have caught on fire many times and collapsed 3 times too. You're like a god of misfortune, and you ask me for pay? Get out of here! Come back again and I'll beat you up! Hey, that doesn't work, Shelian said. You just said all those things were coming especially from me, so that means nothing happened to anyone else. I think you just want to get out of paying your bill. Before he could finish, the foreman and all the other laborers couldn't take the smell wafting out of the pots anymore. They all fled the area, leaving Shelian in the dust. Wait! Shelian called out. He glanced around and saw that all the brawlers had also been chased away by the stench. Shelian was speechless. If you weren't going to eat it, why make me cook such a large pot? Don't waste it just because you've got money, he mumbled to himself. Shaking his head, Shelian contemplated for a moment, then ladled out 2 large bowls of rice. He offered one at the temple of Jiang and the other at the temple of Xuanzhen. Feeling that he'd made the best use of everything, he clapped his hands together, completely satisfied. Oh, that's so sweet. I mean, they'd hate it, but oh my gosh, that is so sweet. He went back outside to pack up his stuff. He rolled up the straw mat on the ground very seriously and tied it to his sword before strapping both to his back. The white silk band wrapped around his wrist nuzzled him furtively, and Shelian patted it before righting the bamboo hat on his head. Fine, don't play. I'll go busking. He still had his specialty trick after all, shattering boulders on his chest. As he walked, Julian suddenly noticed a tiny red flower. Ah! On the side of the road, which looked absolutely precious. He crouched to gently touch its petals, feeling quite cheerful. I hope we shall meet again, he said to it. Even after he had disappeared into the distance, the tiny red flower still danced in the wind. And that was the end of Heaven Official's Blessing, Volume 6. That felt like a happy ending to me, and I'm like, we're still... but we're still not there. We're still not there. We have like... Wait, is this the end of Arc 4? That felt like such an ending. Is this the end of Arc 4? Are we going to see a little bit more of Julian before we're ending Arc 4? I'm so confused. And I need a drink. I'll be right back. And maybe some lights too. Okay, Lian, no more playing. We're done pretending to be a big bad Calamity. We're back to scrap immortaling. Well, not even ascended again. You made short work of that one. So technically, he was ascended longer than a tea time. It was just he was plotting with John Woo and stuff behind the scenes. So the story is not quite what actually happened. But whatever. I was happy with that ending, and you totally fucking beat the shit out of Bai Wuxiang figuratively. Sadly, not literally. But I feel like, again, Julian has ascended 3 times now. I feel like we have some power levels that haven't quite been explored just yet. And I think that we are getting to the point where you should be able to beat Bai Wuxiang. And if he really was weakened, meaning he and John Woo are different characters and John Woo really did kick his ass, yeah, we should be getting somewhere in the Julian. You should be able to get him. And if you wake up in the next book, if you wake up now in volume 7, in arc 5, and you're like remembering and getting this, like, because you wanted to beat him to a pulp. You wanted to beat him to a pulp, and I think that now is the time. You're full of spiritual energy for one. Hua Chang just pumped you full. Why are kissing? Guys, it was a kiss. It wasn't. You have a lot to give, is what I'm saying. I think you can do it. I really do. Well, all of this put aside, that was such a roller coaster arc to me. We went from back into that depression to having just a blast with the introduction of WUMING and everything. And then back into, oh my god, I am crying. WUMING fucking sacrificed himself for Julian, and Julian thinks he's gone and dead. Julian, are you gonna connect the dots now that if you're waking up with these memories? Are you going to understand? Because Hua Chang was that believer, right? He was that believer. You know that by now, right? You understand that? So please, we're connecting the dots, right? We're gonna meet Hua Chang again and be like, it's him. It's your ghost. It's your ghost, Julian. That was too short. The WUMING parts were too short. Why wasn't there more WUMING? I needed there to be a lot more. I would have read like another book of this if there was more WUMING. I missed him already. He was so great. He was the greatest mystery that I had yet to solve, apparently. I did not see him coming. And what a delightful surprise that was. I love WUMING. I love WUMING so much. Oh my god, another contender for top Hua Chang form? I guess. Gosh, it's tough being a Sunlong stan nowadays. He has so many competitors. Anyway. And I really loved that in the end, Julian was able to stick by his beliefs. And it's so like the message of this arc feels very much like that one act of kindness. He needed a one act of kindness, and that one act of kindness was what would help him wake up and make the changes that he needed. And it's like, this makes the whole thing with his friends even harder, because like that one act of kindness didn't come in any of those situations, and in this one it did. And it's so good. It's very emotional to me. It's sometimes, especially when you're in such a dark place, that was all you needed. You just needed to hear something to help you a little bit further. It's not gonna heal you in that one event, but that day, that might be what keeps you from going over the edge. And for Julian, that was it. The bamboo hat that he still carries to this day, that he's like always like, where is my bamboo hat? Oh my god. From this random ass person who cussed him out in the street because he fell into the hole with him. It's so trivial, it's so mundane, and it's so beautiful in its triviality. I get emotional about this. This is good. This is so good. This is gonna stick with me for a while. What a book. I have cried so much, and I have laughed so much, and I had such a blast going through it, even though it is a really heavy read. I mean, what the fuck, volume 6? You're starting with the Hualien, like, reveal of Hua Cheng's identity and the confession, them being together, before we plunge into the deep waters of what is Arc 4, and that is a roller coaster on its own. Holy shit. What a book. Yeah, okay, I understand what you guys are like. This is my favorite book. There's so much in this book. Honestly, it might be mine as well. Even with all the pain, these are like experiences that are gonna sit with me for a while. God, Hualien, you're so beautiful. So we're back to, so what is gonna happen now? Was that the end of Arc 4, or is the Arc 4 going to continue with us going around with Julian for a while, or maybe we're even gonna get, I don't know, like, I'd love to see a little bit of Mount Tongolu and like a bit more about Ming's birth and such, but I feel like we're not gonna go there or follow Hua Cheng or anything. This is a Julian, following Julian kind of book. So maybe we'll see a little bit more about Julian's past before we jump into Arc 5, or Volume 7 could be Arc 5 immediately. I don't know. I do not know. There are a lot of possibilities here, and I'm looking forward to each and every one of them. But that really was Volume 6 out of the way, and yeah, happy Pride Month. I finished Volume 6. Now I'm going traveling for the first couple of weeks of July, so hopefully, I'll push this video out, and then I'll be away for a little bit. Like, you can definitely count on a couple of weeks of hiatus before I'll be back to reading Volume 7. If I was lucky enough, I would have like some time to record something that I could send out soon enough. But I don't see myself recording anymore this week. It might be a bit too close in time, considering I still have to trim, edit, and publish this video. But we will definitely get to Volume 7 in July, and hopefully finish Volume 8 this summer. Yeah, it's gonna be a TGCF summer once again, and hopefully I'm gonna catch up on everything soon. Finish this wonderful book series so that I can fully join the fandom. And right now, I feel like I have discovered so many things that you guys have you've been bursting to tell me about WUMING, I am sure. I'm so excited to share this with you. So honestly, head empty on the Hualien, as in on the WUMING and Julian from Arc 4, only Volume 6 in my head right now. Oh my god, and if he was really the blind box mystery, I'm gonna buy all of them. I've gotta buy all of them. If he really is, like, you guys have to let me know, because if he's there, I need him. I need him in my life. I need WUMING in my life. I didn't know I needed him, but then he came to us on the darkest, deepest night, and he's convinced me. We need WUMING in our lives. Julian needed a WUMING in his life, and now I do too. Again, super excited to share all of this with you. This has been Amelia, aka Space Lad Puffin, and I will see you next time for Volume 7.